Cosmic Quest has one of America's largest supplies of Doctor Who, the longest-running science fiction show in history. Plus, Tulsa's largest inventory of Star Trek material and paperbacks. Also, baseball and science fiction gum cards. And role-playing games, including Champions and Starfleet battles. We carry a huge inventory of comic books, new and rare, including direct sales titles, such as Red Star, Vigilante, and Infinity Incorporated. Come in and see that comic books are a great investment for collectors, not just for kids anymore. We also carry original movie posters and can special order older posters. Come to Cosmic Quest, next to the Bowman Twin Theater. Bring your ticket stub for 20% off of all movie posters.
Leverage U.S. foreign policy so you can get $3 million.
You motherfucker. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no, you don't. It's garbage off my screen. Well, welcome back to the Hotel Orloff here in scenic rural Retreat, Virginia. It's Thursday, March 21st, 2024, in the year of our Lord. And tonight we'll be unboxing a special AOK, and we'll be having some special guests. Maybe you. Let me put the link in the chat one more time. Let's see. There we go. So, it's a Thursday night gathering. It's a Thursday night freak out, a Thursday night hootenanny. And when the darkness falls here in rural retreat, as the shadows become deep and black, the silent pall of evil settles upon the earth. Who dares to search? Who dares to see what walks in the night? If you dare, welcome to the nightmare of the Rural Retreat Hotel Orloff, the historic rural retreat where the Hotel Orloff, built in 1854 prior to the Civil War, beckons to you to return once again for a gathering of fossils and mental patients and malcontents and fools and idiots that will be gathering here in our chat and as guests. So, Meyer Greenblatt will be coming on soon, and I don't know. Any of you want to come in? That's cool. Everyone's excited about Higgy Pop being in our chat. He's a local celebrity. He's the new internet YouTube sensation, the Fonzie of the comic book community. Perhaps he'll even come on. He says he resembles that remark. Well, it's starting to, the sun is going down here in Rural Retreat, Virginia. We're broadcasting from the Gratu Orloff Memorial Zeppelin. And see, our skies here are completely free of chemtrails and completely free of pterodactyls and all manner of wildlife, all gone due to the extreme hunters here in Rural Retreat. Friar Tuck says, hello, Kevin. Of course, he's speaking to Kevin Johnson, the owner and proprietor of Gotham City Comics in Mesa, Arizona, who's one of the sponsors of this broadcast. So the Zeppelin comes back down next to the historic Hotel Orloff, and we're ready to begin. We're going to start with a golden oldie here in a few minutes. We're going to be looking at an episode of the Hotel Orloff, the Gratu Orloff show, The Tomb of Terror, from several years back. I'd say it's about 3 years back when they still made you wear masks everywhere.
Well,
Here we go. This is an oldie but goldie.
7th, 2021, in the year of our Lord. It's the Gratu Orloff television program coming to you live from Gratuville, where it's been raining, cloudy, thunderstorms for almost completely.
That's Gratuville, Texas, before we moved here to Rural Retreat, Virginia.
For Gratuville, Texas. Something very mysterious and sinister is going on. But enough about that. Let's get started. Gotta get my drink and my bottle opener. Yeah, big storm.
It's kind of weird seeing my old house. All the stuff that's crammed here in this over 6,000 square foot building used to fit in that 2,600 square foot house.
Off the streets. But up here in the movie theater of Gratu Orloff, all is well. We don't worry about the HARP project and manipulated weather here on the Gratu Orloff channel. Almost tripped. All right. We're ready to start. It's episode 389, 390, something like that. Yeah, you may have seen the videos where I had like 24 mint copies of issues of The Amazing Spider-Man. Yeah, a box was pulled out from the back room, and there were all these unread copies that were basically in mint condition. They were like right from about the time period that I stopped reading Spider-Man. I was in college. It was mid 80s, right at the beginning of the black costume. I wasn't a big fan of that era, although maybe it was wonderful, but I actually didn't have any of those comics. Okay, so who cares about that, right? No one cares about the 1980s. But this is what's important. I announced on Friday's broadcast the advent of the Gratu Army. And so I have, in my black book, when people put down below that they'd like to enlist in the Army, well, then we're more than willing to induct you. So I've got all the people that have requested to join so far. There are a lot of people I know are regular viewers, but didn't comment down below yet, or probably haven't seen the video, or maybe they don't watch you like constantly for updates. But soon I'm sure they will all join our ranks. So, all right, dog faces, let's get started. Let's see what we got here. Now, from time to time, I'm going to have ceremonies here on the Grow to Orloff channel where people will be promoted, right? And so if you're say a captain, I might announce that you're promoted to a major one night because I like something you commented below, or maybe I really like some video you posted on your channel. That might, like Silver Age Dave, his last video where he showed those Silver Age comics and how wonderful it was and how he wished the world was like that. You definitely be promoted to the next highest rank. I got all the ranks written here in my book. So starts with private, first class, sergeant major, then you go up to second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel. I'm a colonel. Then there are general ranks, but no one's going to be a general because those ranks are left for God and Jesus and important people like that, like Frankenstein's monster. Those would be the generals in our army, but that's not for normal mortals like us. So, with no further ado, these are the soldiers that have requested to join in the Gratu Army, which is a private civilian army of people sworn to promoting and preserving the pop culture of the past, things that were thrown away by parents and teachers and principals and pastors, things that we feel should be passed on to the future, be it hot rod races or comic books or giant monster movies, or maybe just cute pictures like this that some people might consider cheesy, but we think are wonderful, because this represents the world the way it should be. So, and we will use our YouTube channels to promote this, or at least work to preserve culture in all manner and all forms. So anyway, Eric Breen, you will be enlisted as Lieutenant Colonel Titano Orloff. Titano is spelled Titano. Nickname Flintstone. Serial number 645572. Gotham City Comics YouTube channel. You will be inducted as Major Grodd Orloff. Grodd is spelled Grodd. Your nickname is The Butcher. Serial number 667238. Man Bear Pig. Lieutenant Colonel Leatherface Orloff. Your code name is The Slasher. Serial number 861243. Meyer Greenblatt. You are Lieutenant Colonel Brutu Orloff, the brute that walks. Brutu is spelled Bruttu, named after a creature that appeared in Tales of Suspense number 22. Nickname, Old Blood and Guts, and also the brute that walks. He has two nicknames. Serial number 213645. Charlton 66, Lieutenant Colonel Rex Nighthawk Orloff. His nickname is the Cowboy. Serial number 649273. Tom Smith, Lieutenant Colonel Sylvester P. Orloff, nickname Madman. Serial number 784213. I've got like a whole page dedicated, a couple of pages dedicated each person. So as they go up in rank, I'll write that down. I'll write down notes as I need to. great things they've done so that I can promote them. Al Baroni, Lieutenant Colonel Basil Bo Orloff. Nickname, Boots on the Loose, serial number 478669. I had written down as the nickname the Terror of LA. My wife pointed out that Al Baroni doesn't live in LA, and she suggested Boots on the Loose. So that's Boots on the Loose it will be. Movie World Comics, Captain Monzingo Orloff. Requested to be named after the person in the local cemetery, Monzingo, Monzingo. Nickname, the Goblin that walks the earth. I noticed on your channel, Movie World, that there was a Goblin video, so I was trying to customize nicknames, code names whenever I could. Serial number 678247. If you've got a absolute real problem with any name I've given you or whatever, and you want to request a change, I can scratch it out in my book and change it. It's not a problem. Just let me know. They don't do that in the Army. They don't give you a choice. Silver Age Dave, Lieutenant Colonel Googam Orloff. Googam, spelled Googam. Nickname, Trench Runner. Serial number 226312. Googam is named after a creature that first appeared in Tales of Suspense number 17. Christopher Schneider, First Lieutenant Moomba Orloff. Moomba, Moomba. Hold on. Moomba. Oh, nickname Cat's Eyes. Serial number 688134. Why Not Art? The YouTube channel, YNOT Art. You will be Major Rambu Orloff, ROMMBU. Nickname the Electric Brain. Serial number 194221. Whip It Lass. Captain Zetora Pepper Orloff. Zetora, spelled Zetora. Zetora Pepper Orloff, Captain. Nickname, the Union Jack. Serial number 196508. Zetora first appeared in Journey into Mystery 52. Justin Carguth, I hope I pronounced that right. Major Zombo Orloff, Zombo. Nickname, the Judge. Serial number 455268. Zombo was, of course, Eddie Munster's childhood. Well, his where's the fucking? My phone is low battery. I gotta charge it. Ugh. Damn it! Don't die on me yet, phone. The charging cable's in the other room. Anyway, Zombo was the horror host that Eddie Munster admired. That's actually a really cool name to have, Zombo. Okay. Don't fail me yet, Mr. Phone. We're going to be in this room in a little bit because, I'm doing a live stream tonight with Graphic Man. Graphic Man. We'll be doing it at 4 o'clock today. So make sure you tune in. Tonight, 4 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Find Graphic Man's channel, subscribe to it. If you can't find it, just type in Graphic Man and then the words comic books, because that'll narrow it down, and then you'll definitely find him. Anyway, we're doing a live stream tonight at 4 o'clock, and we're going to be talking about Superboy and the Legion of Superheroes, and therefore I've got to dig out my Silver Age comics of Legion. Okay. Shit. Come on. Prior planning would have been better than let's try. Shit. Okay. Okay, now we're plugged in. We should not have any low battery power issues. Okay, wonderful. Okay, back. Oh shit! Fuck, piss. Oh man. Okay, hold on. Oh, God damn it. Fuck. Emergency. 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 God damn. Fuck, piss. Ugh. Damn it. God damn it. Hold on. I'll explain what happened in a moment. Damn it. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, man. I spilled the fucking Topo Chico on the floor. And there was a magazine box there, and it was starting to soak. Shit. That's why you shouldn't drink while you're filming these fucking videos. Okay. Hold on. That's why I need to clean up this goddamn fucking room. See, the moisture just got there, and it hasn't soaked through yet. But I got to get some paper towels, and this box can probably be saved if I let it dry out. All right. Don't worry, I'll finish with the assignment of ranks in a moment. Okay, so I can't keep living like this, like a fucking pig. Okay.
There's a lot of bad
New
language
Year's
on these old
resolution in
broadcasts,
June.
isn't there? Sorry,
I'm
ladies and
fixing
gentlemen.
this goddamn room today.
Oh my gosh, listen to that horrible man.
Damn it.
No,
Excuse
I
my
mean,
language.
gosh darn it. My goodness, what a horrible man. So illiterate, all he knows is how to say cursing swear words. I'm both honored and privileged to serve, says Meyer. Bronco says, wait a second. Hey, Gratu. Meyer Grimblett, the Topo Chico phase. Yeah, but you know, we just got back into it.
Okay.
Just coincidentally, my wife
I
asked me
think
to buy
we've
Topo Chico today for her. So that's kind of
fixed
weird.
it.
Not sure what I'm looking at, but
Did a
it's
vote
the
for
mood,
Dick
says
get wet?
Bronco.
Apparently it survived. A vote for Dick is okay. That would have been a tragedy if a vote for Dick was
I miss
destroyed.
Topo Chico.
One of the greatest novels ever written.
The old home
Okay,
place.
sorry.
Here it is. Hey, Bronco.
That could have been
Hi,
a
guys.
horrific disaster if I had noticed that I'd spilled that drink.
Boa noite, Paulo. De la pinga.
So not much actually spilled out.
Cursing
Luckily,
like a sailor, says
the
Friar
design
Tuck.
of the bottle on these bubble ups
Cursing like a friar.
is such that if it falls over,
Hey, Paulo.
yeah, not much falls out.
Hey, listen to me talk while I'm drinking like a ventriloquist.
Okay,
Oh, my God.
where'd the book go?
What, bro? What are you talking about? Where is
Oh, here we go. So, back to the book.
Oh, yeah.
Man, I don't remember who I was on. Meyer Greenblatt, Charles.
I can't find that book.
Tom
It's somewhere
Smith,
here. So that's why this episode's
Alberoni,
important, because it has all the
Silveridge
sacred
Dave, I read
information.
that. Christopher Schneider, Why Not Art, Whip It Lass. I was on Justin Carguth, I think, when I spilled the drink everywhere. Major Zombo Orloff, nicknamed the Judge, serial number 455268. All right. Spinner Rack Studios, Major Santa Orloff, nicknamed Gravedigger, serial number 124362.
He really is like Santa. You'll find out why in a minute.
First Lieutenant Zemnu Orloff. That's spelled Xemnu. Zemnu Orloff, the Living Titan. Nickname Tank. So I guess they have two nicknames. Serial number 556113. Journey into Zemnu first appeared in Journey into Mystery number 62. General Gratu Orloff, that's me. My nickname will be the Fang. Hold on. I've got some things I gotta do. The next one is Last Avenger 85. You are Captain Zutak Orloff. Now, Zutak is spelled Zzutak. Your nickname is the Purple Tornado. And Zutak first appeared in Strange Tales number 88. One second. Your serial number is 796477. Okay, just a moment. Okay. Okay, sorry. I was adding someone. Next, we have Graphic Man. Your Lieutenant Colonel Jetson Orloff, nickname Gold Key Keeper, serial number 436218. Memorabilia collector, Sergeant Dragoom Orloff. Dragoom is spelled Dragoom, Orloff.
Some of these old regulars,
Everyone's last name is Orloff because this is not just an army, it's a family.
some of them have all
My
disappeared.
wife pointed out that's kind of mafia-like. She pointed out I have a Russian last name and I'm creating my own little mafia. But no, it's just.
Yeah, we're like the mob here, man. We're a mob,
Dragoon
we're a
Orloff.
mafia,
Your
we're an
nickname is the
army.
Enforcer. See, it's not anything like mafia.
And we're taking your
Serial number
recruits.
444321. I think you requested to be called the Enforcer this morning. I saw that. Dr. Silver Age, you're Lieutenant Colonel D.C. Orloff. Your nickname is Go-Go Checks. Your serial number is 65, 66, 67, which were very good years. Cleo Orloff, that's my wife. Lieutenant Colonel Greta Orloff, codename Cleopatra, serial number 784367. I've got all these 1960s and 50s teen magazines not in a box. Fucking tired. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. I wish this was alcohol. Did I just read Graphic Man? Did I just read Graphic Man? Graphic Man, Lieutenant Colonel Jetson Orloff, nickname Gold Key Keeper, serial number 436218. And I know there's other people, a lot of people that maybe just haven't seen the last couple of videos yet and haven't commented yet. But if you want to join the Gratu Army, just write down below, like the video, and then write down below that you'd like to join the Gratu Army. And if any of you don't like, I think I just said that, if you really don't like some of the names I gave you, I can change it. Okay. So. What a fucking goddamn mess. God damn.
Stop swearing.
Okay. I have an idea. Or do I? What the fuck am I gonna do? You know, mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be comic collectors. They'll always have messes and won't be brotherhood brothers. They'll spill the bubble up everywhere, man. It could be worse. I could be into Magic the Gathering. Or Doctor Who or something. I've got to stage a plan. First thing, I need to get these damn comic boxes out of this room and into that room. That's step one. Then I can move this chair over there. Then I can move another chair in. I've got to move those speakers. Those books need to move. Okay. Okay. First thing I need to do is flatten out these comics that I got for free that were all bent up, which is why I got them free. Okay, motherfuckers. Okay, Space Adventures number 11. Get you flat. Okay, this was going to be thrown away because of its condition by this. Is it 4 o'clock yet? Probably shouldn't make this video too long. I should post it so that more people can see it and be there for the 4 o'clock live stream. Animax, everyone's favorite comic book. Well, you know, when you spill a drink onto a magazine box, it kind of puts a damper on the spirits of the party. All right, everybody go home. The party's over. Fuck it. You have to be one of us to understand. Yeah, dude, don't worry. They're just magazines from 70 years ago. Who cares if they get wet? I figure if I say bruh more, that I'll get more subscribers. And shit. I forgot about that. I had that idea a few episodes back. Okay, bruh, we're going to talk about things we need to speculate and by only key issues. First of all, I'm hearing reviews are really good for the new Loki show on Disney Plus, bruh. The reviews, there's an embargo, but some reviews have actually already come out, like on Twitter and shit. Man, they're saying it's really going to be tight. It's going to be dope and shit, bruh. You better get all those key Loki issues, bruh. I can't do it. "35 minutes. You're still watching. Incredible." I don't know. Animax must be some toy line that the art in here is just is not horribly shitty like you would think. Oh, I framed that Batman that picture of the Batman family like I was discussing. So I'll show that to you. See it back there? See, you got that? Oh, it's hard to see what I'm showing you. Anyway, I thought they belonged together. They go together like Bulap Joshu Joshu Shuka Kuwang Kwanga Kwang. Ukaka Shukaka Shuka Shashan Shabang. Shabang. Wherever that fake doo-wop song from Greece goes. Look how they so whoever designed this toy was trying to emphasize, I guess, that was a girl. The Inhumanoids. I want to see another shot of this character. Where is she inside the comic? I don't know. It's just a funny costume, I think. Like a design for Dolly Parton. Need more bags, man. Captain Strangeliffe in his last video showed an outstanding way to keep bags from slipping and falling everywhere. He keeps them in little plastic tubs. You get to the dollar store, and that's actually pretty wise because they shit. Oh, that's cool, man. Look at that. I gotta get... Yeah, that's cool. Red skin, but you've got a halo. Another issue of the Inhumanoids. When do you ever see these comics in the wild? I mean, never. And this would be in perfect condition if it wasn't that someone had let it sag. So. You know what I may do? I got to do some major lifting here, man. I think I'm going to charge this phone up a little bit. I'm going to post this video just so everyone can start getting their Army rank names, and then I will do another video. Maybe you can watch me cleaning, but I got to get it to a state where you can watch it, because right now this is not good. So I'll post this, and that way, and also make sure that 4 o'clock, it'll probably go couple 2-3 hours maybe, so you can last time it went over 3 hours, but we started at 7, so it went pretty darn late. This time we're starting early enough that maybe when you're getting home from work, you can tune us in and catch up with us. Anyway, that's 4 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Graphic Man's channel. All of you seriously need to subscribe to Graphic Man because his channel is amazing. I think he has 81, 82 subscribers right now. But if you watch this video, you need to be over there subscribing to it, and then also ring the bell to get notifications, because he's going live a lot. I mean, I'm trying to figure out the going live bit. I'm going to try to get my wife to help me download StreamYard, and then I'll do some live streams too. But for right now, Graphic Man is the place to be, and I'll always do his and I'll do mine, and the more live streams, I think the better off this community will be, because live streams are fun. I may have to upgrade my phone. I'm going to have to use my wife's phone to do the live stream tonight. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and ring off because that spill kind of got me into a bad mood, but I'll be in a much better mood in a few minutes. Take care. Well, welcome back to the Hotel Orloff. It is Tuesday. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. What I was trying to say is that that's an old show from 4 years ago, 4 years ago. And now we're back to actual today, March 21st, 2024. This is what I said when I had the microphone muted. I was frustrated during that performance of that old show because I realized I've got to figure out how to get this Elvira pinball machine back on free play and working. Maybe if I put a quarter in it, but who has quarters? Oh, shoot. This is not working. I thought I had an idea. All right. Well, anyway, my wife says that we are looking cute. She's referring to you out in the chat. That's because she can't see you. Anyway, so blah, 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 blah. I've got to fix the setup. Anyway, come on in, man. You're all are welcome. All are welcome. Let's see. Missing Mars says, me want cookie. Yes. And here's the link. Here's the tripod that once was very nice that Captain Strangeliffe gifted me, and now it is a mass of masking tape. A mass of masking tape. All right. So we've got a tripod over here that's factor boxes, factor meals. They're really delicious meals, but they're kind of like something someone that would listen to NPR would eat. But they really are good and they're healthy and all that. But they're expensive. But if you're trying to lose weight, I don't know. I was watching myself several years ago. I think I might have been a little heavier then. It's quite possible because I had Sonic near me and I used to get Dr. Pepper that was this gigantic every morning. Okay. Now, prior planning prevents poor performance. That's no good because it's two of me. One of me is too abhorrent for. Okay, so shit. Well, so yeah, I'm sorry. There's a lot of foul language in that old performance. That I don't do that anymore. Now it's a clean PG show. Very sometimes PG-13, but no, I'm talking about the two Cookie Monsters. Okay. Well, I'm kind of a Cookie Monster. I miss Gratu streaming all the time. Well, that's probably going to be happening again soon. My wife works several nights a week from home and until like 11 o'clock at night, sometimes 8 o'clock. So I may start streaming on those nights. So if I'm streaming, it probably means my wife is working. Because streaming while my wife is not working doesn't go over well because my
most women don't like hearing about comic books and nerd stuff too much. I mean, I was watching Graphic Man's show last night upstairs and with her, and she was really liking all the cool Edgar Rice Burroughs covers, and she was really loving all the Western covers from the 50s and 40s. But after a while, I see she's scrolling on her phone, and then it's like, that's just not, it's more of a guy thing, let's face it. Although she loves the Three Stooges, and that's supposed to be just a guy thing. But anyway, when Jambo got misty-eyed talking about the Four Color Fossil show and how it's, that's now going to be just an occasional thing, at least in its old form, and he was misty-eyed. My wife, was like, oh, she was crying. But it's not the end of the fossils, and maybe some of the fossils will appear tonight. I don't know who's going to show up, but I do see down there, Kevin has appeared from Gotham City. And, you there?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Not much. I'm doing the stream tonight to revive the Gratu army, and I had to play that old episode to remind myself what rank everyone has, and now I'm going to get some more people signed up. I made a list of things to talk about, like there's a new James Bond. I think he's the guy that played Kick-Ass, is going to play the new James Bond. I put down that I was going to... Oh, I've got to show an AOK I got from Spinnerx Studios and from Captain Strangeliffe that both came in the same box. I'll explain that. We're going to.
You haven't opened them yet?
Huh?
You didn't open it yet?
Well, of course I opened it instantly, but I haven't shown it on the internets. So I will do that. And what else? I put find Gratu Army video, so I found that, and I was kind of coming up with some funny song parodies and things that I might perform soon. Or
There's
yes, full screen.
new Mike Allred Batman book looks pretty good.
Is this coming out next Tuesday?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, the art looks great. Who's writing the thing?
Russell.
Russell. That's just that's just his name, like Cher.
Yeah, and I got this for you.
Yeah, that looks great. That's Ramona Fraden's. What year is on that? 24. That's probably one of her last pieces of art. She probably did it for someone at a convention, and now it's wound up on a comic book cover. It's a issue of Power Girl, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Let's see what people say here. Bronco says PG Grot. Wait a second. And then rated X. What? Rated X on weekends. Well, I don't know about that. I'll try to catch the streams then. What time is it there, Grot? It is 6:44 p.m. Oh, no. What? Did this came in?
I found it in the back. I was thinking maybe Jambo would want it.
Wait, what about me? He probably has all the original comics. But hold on, I may have that. I bet I got to go look and see.
This is, I don't even think this company's around anymore.
DDP.
Devil's Due?
It's 8:41 p.m.
Devil's Due Publishing?
It's,
It's not Diamond Dallas Page.
Bronco, you in the ocean? I think he's in Brazil. Just now tuned into your show, says Dr. Phibes. He says Bronco's in Brazil, okay. Missing Mars. Gotcha. I'm a stupid at times. I'm in New York. Captain Strangeliffe was Groovy Cat. He is and was and will be. Missing Mars, no worries. It's like 7:44 for ya, or it's like 7:44 p.m. for ya or earlier. And got them up, and then what does that say? Okay, nothing. Okay, so shoot, how much is that Sheena book?
The cover price is $18.99.
Man, I better. So what else came? So that's those two DC books or stuff that came out for next week, huh? For next
Yeah.
Tuesday. Let's see if we can do this. Will this work? Nope, that's the wrong way. Will this work? No. Will this work? No. Oh man, it's like
One of those boxes is for Missy Mars.
oh, cool. Yeah, I don't think I'm quite as fat as I was a few years ago. That's the only good thing, probably. Let's see. It's hard to see the side of your head except through. Oh, Meyer is tuning in. Let's see. All right. Not much. Yeah, that's not going to work. Oh, I think I figured this out. Okay, that's how it works. I knew I'd get it. Missing Mars says, "Yep, Bronco. Yes, thanks, Kevin." Bronco Bear says, "Grot 2, gotcha." Missing Mars says, "Good to see you, Meyer."
Hey, what's up? Good to see you,
All
buddy.
right. And Bronco says, 3 grots. That's what they say in Portugal when they sneeze. They say 3 grots. I learned that from Paulo.
I got batteries for this.
Yeah, Meyer and I were talking about that. We saw your video. I guess it must have been Instagram or Facebook where it's dark and it looks amazing.
Yeah,
Let's
it does.
give you full screen for this.
Yeah, that was a mistake. Turning off the lights, and then I dropped the thing.
Oh,
I couldn't see where I was at.
yeah. I don't think you should turn off the lights in a store that's in during business hours, probably.
Look at the first button. Turns on the gauges.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
It is.
And then the second button turns the face light. That charges him up if he's glow in the dark. And then the next light is the green light.
Man,
And then the next light. Yeah, this thing's a lot of fun.
I still want to see a Barbie in that.
And that's that. And then you turn it off and you pull him out and he's glowing in the dark.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to do like some kind of a video edit where I put him in there and then I change him into Frankenstein.
So is this something you ordered for yourself or do you stock them in the store?
I have one for the store.
Okay. So it's not for your personal collection?
This one is. This
Oh,
one
okay.
this one has a storage thing. I don't know what I'm gonna put in there, but
That's where you store all your valuables. Because burglars would never look inside a toy like that. This is where I keep my silver. Let's see. Bronco says, "Looks like a great toy." Yes, indeed.
makes me want to get the original one even more, though. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how I missed out on that when it originally came out. It is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's great.
The only thing better if it had sound effects.
Yeah, or
So-
if it had a USB charger or something, so you didn't have to ever worry about changing the batteries, right? So it could be like a Halloween decoration.
Yeah.
Dr. Phibes is wondering if it's an exact replica, the exact scale of the original toy.
No, that one was smaller, I think. Wasn't it? Or was it? No, he's right. It was for bigger figures.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was for those like Remco Mego sized figures.
Yeah, it's for eight. They were for 8-inch figures.
I never had them, but those were glow in the dark too. But Remco also made like a Star Wars size figure,
Huh.
but that didn't have a monsterizer. It had a play set, one of those cardboard play sets that has plastic around the cardboard.
It was a castle, right?
Yeah, and it had a Frankenstein lab. It had a coffin for Dracula. It had a little tomb for the mummy. It had a little area underneath for your phantom.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I haven't. I've always looked at those, but I've never owned one. I look at them online all the time.
I've only seen it like in a YouTube video, I think.
You guys entertain everyone. I'm going to go look and see if I have that Sheena book. I have a feeling I do, because why would I have not bought a Sheena book like that when it came?
Cool. Bernie Wright's in Leatherface.
Oh, that's nice. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I didn't know he did this. What, in 1975 he did this? His wife still produces prints for him now. There's some other company. This is one of those newer prints. They've been releasing stuff that's kind of, I guess, obscure stuff I never knew existed.
Wasn't that video cool about Wendy and Richard Peeney and ElfQuest?
Yeah, that was a cool little documentary.
It had a lot in there. Like what made me, why I sent it to you was all that information about the early distribution and about how she was entwined in so much stuff, wasn't she? It was
Yeah.
interesting. And that early con footage was really great too.
They were talking about the multiple printings it went into.
Yeah, it was a popular book when it was in that independent format, like the that magazine size black and white. I was working in a comic shop when I was in high school, and we sold a lot of ElfQuest but not to typical comic readers. It would be to like hippie girls or like just not your typical comic fan. Just like they said in that documentary, it was a different person coming in specifically realizing, oh, look, there's a comic shop here. I wonder if they have ElfQuest, or they see it and for some reason they were drawn to it. I don't know, but it sold.
For us, it was always our D&D guys would always buy it.
Mm-hmm. Same. That was it. Also, it was the D&D.
Yeah, but the D&D guys,
Mm-hmm.
they would buy that, and they wouldn't buy any other comics. I still kind of want to open one of these.
Who makes that? What company is that?
Boss Fight.
Oh, okay. All right.
Remember the guys that do Popeye?
Yeah, the same guys that did the Popeye stuff.
These Super 7 Simpsons are really cool.
Oh, those look great. I haven't seen those yet.
They're gigantic.
So is that both of the two aliens? Is that what it
Yeah.
is? Two aliens, and then there's
Yeah, there's
Duffman.
Duffman, the two aliens, and then there's Krusty. I guess this is wave 2. I never got wave 1. And there's Bartman. Look, he's got his dog, Santa's little helper, chewing up his comic.
That's great. These are cool.
I got Super 7 just makes so much stuff. Did you watch the trailer for the new Beetlejuice?
No, I haven't seen it. How does it look?
It was real short. It was like a teaser trailer, but it looked good. Michael Keaton's in it. Winona Ryder's in it.
Oh, okay.
Remember the girl from Wednesday?
Okay.
What's
Yeah.
her name? Something Ortega. She's
Janet
in
Orr-
it.
That it, yeah. You remember that Beetlejuice cartoon from the 90s? Remember that? It was
Yeah,
good.
and they had a comic too, and I guess the comics people are buying the comic now.
Okay, that would make sense. There's probably not that many of them around, but it was a fun cartoon. I was watching that.
I didn't know that Tim Burton. Did you know that he was in Pee-wee's Big Adventure? He has the acting role in there.
No, I don't remember
Yeah,
that.
I've watched that movie a million times and I never knew it.
Where is he in Pee-wee's Big Adventure?
Remember when he goes to the fortune teller and it's raining out and he's gonna get mugged by those guys? Well, he almost gets mugged and then he goes to the fortune teller
Uh-huh.
and then he finds out his wallet's gone. It's the one guy that goes up to him and tries to mug him. That's Tim Burton.
Huh. No, I'll look
He
for
he
that.
has like his hair's down, his bangs are down in his face. So instead of having his hair like all up in the air,
Mm-hmm.
how he normally looks, that's why you don't notice that it's him. This is pretty cool though. It's like cloth goods shirt,
Oh, it is.
cloth goods dress.
Huh. This is Super 7, huh? Doing the cloth.
Yeah,
goods?
yeah. His pants aren't cloth, but his jacket is.
Oh, that's a nice slip. That looks good.
This I got my Funko bobblehead. When, before Funko Pops, they were making bobbleheads.
Yeah, they were making good
Oh,
stuff.
shoot. That's great.
Yeah, they were making really good stuff too. I almost brought that up the other day when we were talking about how crappy pops were and we were showing each other, what bad pops we have. I forgot to mention that I've got a lot of other Funko stuff that predates the pops that was really good, actually. That was really the
What's
baubles
up
as well
today?
as some vinyl figures that were well made and very faithful to the cartoon.
Yeah.
What's 1985?
Can't be 85.
No, yeah, that can't be right. That's the copyright for whatever the movie company that owned Invasion of the Saucermen at that time. But this is
I'd
probably
say like
2012.
early 2000s. Gotta
Yeah,
be.
2012 or 2010, something like that. Yeah, they were making really good stuff. That looks amazing. Looks great.
Yeah. I've never seen that.
It's almost like one of those Sam Goody stickers.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they were sold. These things were sold in like Tower Records. Yeah, like hipster places. 96. Yeah, that's about right. Is that an outhouse that Frankenstein's in?
It should be.
Oh, I thought he was sitting in a hillbilly outhouse.
I need to get it. Yeah, find a little toilet. I think I got one over here.
Of course you do.
I have a bedpan. Yeah. Oh, here's X-Men.
Damn it.
For a little accessory container.
Did anybody watch the series?
No,
What
I
series?
the new.
There's the new X-Men cartoon. I never watched the
Oh,
original.
is it
one.
out now?
I think there's two episodes out.
No, I haven't. Anyone, maybe someone in the chat seen it.
I've never seen the original, so I probably wouldn't like this one.
Oh, the original is well worth watching. Yeah, it's good.
That's gold right there. A complete gold piece.
Ugh. Could you show that Sheena book again?
Did I show it again? I can show it if you want.
Yeah, let me see it.
Couldn't find it.
I can't find anything in here, but I don't know, man.
Did you look under J or S?
I don't have things alphabetically. I guess I should. I have comic book related stuff kind of all together, but my books aren't really fully organized yet because I just don't have enough bookshelves.
Let me go get the book. Hold on. I have to stay plugged in.
Oh, okay. So, how's the back doing today, Meyer?
Better, getting gradually better. I'm feeling much better.
I have an instruction manual for this Elvira machine. I was wondering why this thing doesn't talk all the time, and it's just kind of in a state of it's to be activated, but the light's on. But it's not fully. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I just don't know. Yeah, I know I've got a book about Irish Macalla, and I may be confusing it with that. Yeah, maybe it'll refresh my mind. It has full stories in it.
Let's see. That'd be like the inside back cover.
Yeah.
Let's see if it has the cover.
Yeah, I don't think I have this. Could you throw one more thing in my pile, my Tower of Babel?
Yeah. So there's the cover, issue 12.
Yeah, I don't have this book. No, I don't have it.
Here's issue 93, Jumbo Comics.
Yeah. 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 Amazing. I just wish they would reprint all of this, just facsimiles, just every month. Just start the whole industry over and just reprint just throw everything new out and just start over and reprint all the old stuff.
I think it would sell.
So them probably absolutely not. It wouldn't. It's up to me and a few people I know. Yeah, I don't know. I probably absolutely not.
I don't know what would sell.
I don't either.
Because that amazing, or not amazing, the Ultimate Comic Spider-Man that everybody likes.
Yeah. Did it drop
Well,
off?
well, people are thinking this next issue's gonna be it's gonna kill it.
What, does he turn into a girl?
Something bad's gonna happen to him, I think.
Okay. Well,
Didn't Captain Strangelove have one of these?
What is it again?
One of those blackhead removers?
Yeah, I think he did show. He had one in the box, wasn't it? Oh, Charlton's watching. Hello, Gratu, and all in the chat. Just arrived to the party at Rural Retreat, Virginia. I hope everyone is well and enjoying their comics. Yeah, I'm about to do an A-OK here in a little bit. Yes, this book is amazing. To me, the only adaptation on film is the 50s TV show. I was working in a movie theater in the summer of 1984 when that movie with Tanya Roberts came out, and I just saw it. I mean, I just couldn't take it. I didn't think she was good in the role. I didn't think she just didn't have blonde hair. I think she had like dark hair. I don't know. Nothing seemed right about it to me. That was the summer of disappointment. You know,
even has the coffee stain on here.
Yeah, I like that. You know, the great thing about out here is they have a giant fireworks store that's got a gas station. They're all built together into the same business. So you pump your gas, and then you go into the gas station, and the back room is enough fireworks to destroy all of Missouri. No one even questions it. That's what I love about the Midwest.
Sounds like a scene from the Blues Brothers. The gas
What?
station. It sounds like the Blues Brothers, you know, the gas station next to the fire station.
Right. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Incredible. Yeah. Let me see the spine, because that's my only hope of finding it. That spine is what's important. I don't think I don't have that. If I do, if I find it someday, I'll sell it to one of you, the extra copy. John Goris says, know what would be cool? That General Barbecue, or whatever that Haitian cannibal warlord is called, a comic on his life. He used to be a cop, a pretty interesting life, I imagine. I actually hear he's a good guy that's after the bad people, which would account for why he's being, what if he's a good guy and he's just being called a cannibal and all that? I mean, maybe he's just called barbecue because he likes barbecue. I don't trust the news. If they tell me someone's bad, I start wondering, maybe Putin's okay because they say he's bad. So everything they say is complete bizarro world. Lead Paint, Missouri. Oh, hell, you ain't seen nothing as far as fireworks. Lead Paint, where are you at? I've forgotten. I've forgotten everything.
Fireworks used to be illegal here, and now they like a couple years ago they made them legal,
Yeah.
and it's
What is
horrible. People's
what?
houses and stuff burn down because it's so dry out here.
Oh yeah, yeah. In Arizona, that shouldn't be. What was that Elvira thing at the bottom of the screen to your left?
This
No, I don't know. It's no.
that's one of those Monster High dolls right here.
Is it? Is
Oh,
that an
how
Elvira
about this?
monster?
That's the Stern
That box.
pinball.
Yeah, because that box looks like my pinball machine back behind me. What is that exactly?
This is you order this from the Stern pinball.
Oh, for one of the new Elvira. Okay,
You
yeah,
get a beanie, a shirt, an action figure, a
that's
pin.
right. Lead paints in St. Louis. Missouri. Yeah. So there's two fossils in Missouri: lead paint and Graphic Man. Yeah, cool. Gosh, darn. See, I'm clean now. I say "gosh darn." I don't say those horrible things. Although I probably would say those same things now if I spilled a Topo Chico next to a magazine or comic box. But I try to be more family friendly now, less offensive, horribly offensive. Oh my gosh, is that Abraham Lincoln up there at the top?
Shit. Sorry, guys.
No, you never have to apologize because that's hilarious.
It's a running gag.
Yeah. Oh wow. Yeah. That's what I did in the old house. I ran out of room and stuff started being put on the ceiling.
I need to start
I
doing
haven't
that.
started doing that here yet,
I'm
but
pretty close. Yeah.
it's gonna happen. Well, depends on how long I live. Paulo Costa says, "I'm awake. I'm awake." Which is probably not good because that's like 1 or 2 in the morning. But oh my gosh. I assume you don't have any customers in the store right now.
No, nobody's here.
What was the biggest sale today? What did somebody buy that was interesting?
Everybody's coming in for Pokemon, and I sell them on Garbage Pail Kids instead.
Do they take the bait?
Yeah, it worked. 3 for 3 today.
So you say, well, you love that. You'll probably love this. How do you? What's the spiel you use to convert a
I
kid
just
that's
tell
into
them it's
that?
way better.
But how do you like? Let's say I come in and ask for, do you have any Pokemon, Charizard, whatever? How do you do it? Go through the.
I just show them better cards. I show them Garbage Pail Kids.
But how do you verbally say it? I mean, what's the spiel? Give us
I
the.
don't have a set spiel. I don't know what I
Okay,
say.
well, if you like those, you'd like these others, huh?
No, I don't even say if you like those. I just said you're gonna like these way better.
Yeah, and I think it must work because all kids love gross out stuff, and then you
Yeah,
show
no, I
them,
mean
okay, that
they
stuff
like
is
those.
like little
They like
fairy
those
stuff.
because they're like little monster. They're supposed to be little Japanese monsters,
But
but
yeah, yeah,
they don't really look gross though.
yeah. I mean, it's really Pocket Monster. It's just Japanese garbling of the English language, and it becomes Pokemon instead of Pocket Monster. Just like Pac-Man was supposed to be Puck-Man. He's supposed to be a hockey puck. And I've seen a machine that actually says Puck-Man. But maybe that didn't sound right in English, you know. It just sounds a little bit too much like a bad word.
Well,
And
you
all
would
it would
check
take
the
is a
P, and
little bit
you
of
could just think if it was on a machine and had a P, and you could erase part of the P to make it an F.
exactly. All you need is a Marks-a-Lot, and you could change every P to an F. In every arcade, yes, that's why it's Pac-Man. That's absolutely why. It's like I read in Jim Steranko's History of Comics that in the golden age of comics, the printing wasn't always up to snuff, and they said there were certain words you could not use in a comic book because the printer might make them look like curse words. And one was flick, because the L and the I could blend together and become a different word. And so I've never heard that anywhere else, but I'm sure Jim Steranko talked to enough, because in the 60s it wouldn't be that hard to talk to golden age artists. And that's what I think is great about Horror Mike and his documentary, is he went out and found every one of the still surviving artists for the pre-code horror comics and interviewed them and put them together in a documentary. But I wish that he would put up the unexpurgated complete interviews, just like full, if they exist, just the whole thing, because the interviews in his documentary, are not, they're edited. But that's just me being a completist. Yeah, he's Horror Mike does important work. Yeah. Yep. That's the yeah. So where did you get the Joe Biden mask? The cat just laughed from the other room when I said that. Did you hear the cat laughing? Oh my gosh. John Goris says, I remember seeing Thriller for the first time way back when, blew me away. I just, are you talking about the Boris Karloff show? I thought you meant, but I think you mean the Michael Jackson video.
That's what I thought of. I thought of the Michael Jackson video.
I thought of Boris Karloff first. What's wrong with me?
Hoping he means Boris Karloff, but I think he means the Michael Jackson.
Yeah. Trump terror. Oh, please. Well, if he wins, he'll start fixing things, but everything's going to go up ballistically because all the people are going to say it was a fake election. They're going to do all the same stuff they've been crying about the other side doing, and they're going to get horrible in the streets. And if he doesn't win, it's going to be the end of the country. Either way, it's going to be bad. But of course, we want him to win. But it's important to get out of certain cities in the next how many months, because they're not going to be safe. And that's one of the things, because I know, you'll be able to say, possibly in 2 or 3 weeks, that Gratu is always talking about doom and gloom, and it could be in 2 or 3 weeks. People say, that Gratu was a prophet. How did he know? That's just because I watch nothing but conspiratorial stuff. But it's not looking real good. Now it looks like we've got a bunch of our soldiers like a mile away from the border with China. It's like I was just hearing. But who knows? John Goris says the Michael Jackson, or maybe he means the Michael Jackson. Yeah. The thing of Thriller, yeah, it's a good song. Great Vincent Price. The video, the John Landis video is great. But the thing I don't like about Thriller is it's become the standard Halloween song that everyone plays at parties, and that should be the Monster Mash. Thriller should be down the list. And
I don't think anybody plays it anymore. I think
it's like every Halloween record, every Halloween party, they got to play. I don't know. Maybe it's a generational thing, but
no, like 10 years ago, I would agree with you.
Yeah, but Monster Mash, hopefully it's been restored. Imagine New York City if he wins. It's already a bad place. War zone, yes. Missing Mars, cool monsters, Kevin. Judge Andrew. Oh, let's see that.
I haven't seen this.
Oh wow! Wait, is this one for sale or is this one of your private stock?
Oh, this is on the shelf.
Let's see her face.
It's too wrapped in plastic.
Oh yeah, I don't know if there is it just
She's
barely.
dead. Her eyes are closed.
Why are her eyes closed?
This is her coffin, her tomb.
Oh, it's her
Oh,
tomb.
she's dead. Why? Who would want a dead judge?
You know, I've got a couple really good Judge Dredd 6 scale figures that were like third party ones from like 10 years ago that I've got a Judge Anderson both from that Red movie. They're really nice.
Yeah.
The large ones. Yeah, I don't know if I've shown those to you guys.
Well, I've got a vinyl model kit of her.
Oh, I've seen that model kit. Yeah, I remember seeing that kit. That's a
And
great model
the
kit.
thing about it is you can't get her to stand up. I have to lean her against the wall because she bends back because she's made out of vinyl and she just starts leaning back, and I guess her legs are bending back.
Yeah.
But my friend Joe Riley, the hypnotic eye guy, oh yeah,
That's nice. I haven't seen that.
it's nice, but my friend painted that one, Joe Riley, and she looks exactly like Debbie Harry, and it's amazing. And he was able, he's such a master. He was such a master artist. He got glint, the eyes look real and everything. I'll show it real quick. Let me give Cookie Goblin the camera real quick. 1 second. This is Cookie Goblin's camera.
Gatorade Zero. Zero sugar hydration for every athlete.
I'm recording. They're investigating Biden.
With peanut butter.
She's resting and leaning against the wall. Let's see if I can figure out if I'm actually playing that.
She looks just like Debbie Harry. It's cold in there.
I don't know if I'm close on her or not. Anyway, it's pretty amazing sculpture.
We've chased down a lot.
I just put the Christmas tree back up because it's almost Christmas.
Yes. Perfect.
I actually never took it down. I just moved it about 30 feet. All right, we'll go. Oh my gosh, this is horrible.
Is that you that was calling?
Yes.
Oh, okay. When I picked it up, nobody was there.
That's so weird because each time because I called twice and it just said that you guys weren't taking calls right now. I was like, I'm on my way here.
Oh shit! God.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
No, I was on my way down and then I was like, Fred, in case you are actually closed for some reason.
Okay. Which way, man? I chose. He did not. Scum. Son of. Sorry. Oh, I see. B is for bloodbath. That's good enough for me. B is for bloodbath. That's good enough for me. B is for bloodbath. That's good enough for me. Oh, bloodbath, bloodbath, bloodbath starts with B. You know, there's other good things that start with B, like boobies and beer and Bedouin. So, thank you, everybody. Have a very good night. So, whoa. What's going on? I don't know what's happening.
What happened?
I don't know. It's a mystery.
There he is.
Mystery.
Who was that? That
riddle shrouded inside an enigma. Imagine New York City. If he wins, it's already a war zone. Cool monsters, Kevin. True dat, Mr. Goris. Wow, gratu, Debbie Harry indeed. Paulo says, nom, 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 nom. So, incredible. So, I received an AOK package. Looks like Gotham might be busy right now. So I will get into that now. So I will logged in as myself. If you'd like to come on and be a fourth guest, I'll do a better video with Cookie Monster where I'm actually recording with my phone. That was a travesty. It was an embarrassing performance, but it's so there'll be a musical episode. There'll be a 700th subscriber party this weekend that you can tune into here on the Gratu Orloff Inspirational Network, and because we have 705 subscribers. So, and you need to let me know shoot me a message on Instagram or down in the comments if you'd like to join the Gratu Army. But you wanted to see? Okay, so what happened is Captain Strangelove, several episodes back. I still haven't watched his last episode that he put up. Was it yesterday or the day before? Anyway, I will watch that. I've got a bunch of things coming up that I need to watch off YouTube. Oh, and my wife just got no commercial YouTube this morning, so that's wonderful. So for at least for a month, I can start record, because they put commercials in front of anything. They'll put commercials in front of a commercial. So he showed some Flash comics because he's weeding out his 600,000 comic collection of a few comics so that it will be only 595,000 comics or whatever. Did he say, was it six? It's not 600, it's six. I think he said he had 61,000 comics. So he's going to narrow it down to maybe 60,000. Probably not. But anyway, he's getting rid of Flash comics because he doesn't collect Flash. He's getting rid of Superman, but not the Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen titles, but the regular Superman. So he showed some cool Flash comics. He said, you can make me an offer. This is about what I'd want. And I told him, before the 4-Color Fossils, when we're all hanging out waiting for the show to go live, I said, oh boy, I just don't have the money now because we're having problems with financially, but my birthday's coming up. I'd love to get those books. And he sent me an offer, for less. And so he's holding them for me. And then on Monday, the captain said, hey, I've got a package. Here's the tracking number, some little things. So it turned out that Spinner Rack Studios, Dave, had contacted Strange Life and told him, hey, I'll pay for those for Gratu for a birthday present. So Strange Life sent them to me. And then Strange Life also gave me 100 bags, Silver Age, regular silver for thick comics, and they're resellable. So he sent me 100 bags and 100 boards. So I'll be able to do some bagging and boarding videos like in the old days when I used to be able to buy bags and boards before the dark times, before the current regime. So it says, Ken, bags and boards are a small gift from me, Hans. So the Flash comics that came from Spinner Rack through Captain Strangelove, let's put them in order. They'll probably already be in our order. Of course, they're already in order because he's the comic collector. So they're in order. Here's Flash 150. And I'll open these up and I'll show you the interiors in the next video that's recorded with my phone. I just love the Flash. This one looks like it was exposed to a little sun, like in a 7-Eleven window or something, but that's fine. This one is issue 165. It looks beautiful. Can we actually read what page he is in the Bible? No, you can't read it. We assume it's the Bible, but let's see, 167. Oh, he's got writing on the back because he's a real comic collector. Let's read what it says on the back of this one. VG, lower right cover crease. Yeah, that's correct. There's a cover crease. See that? What else? Stains BK. That means back. Cover still a very nice copy, and he has it estimated at $20. See, that's how the real comic collectors do it. This one, the wedding issue, very good plus, tiny piece of archival. Tiny piece of archival tape on the back cover, $20. So he's tiny. That's perfectly okay. So there was a tiny tear. He fixed it with archival tape, which has no acid. Oh, that's what that means. When it says OW, that means off-white. And both of them say off-white. This one says off-white to cream. Okay, I'm learning. OW means, see, I don't mind OW. I just mind the new. I like the old style comic collectors that use the old terms. Very good plus, instead of 4.3. I don't like the CGC. I don't like the modern world. I like the old style. Very good plus. I understand that. Slight cover crease. Slight cover crease. I don't see it, but I believe him that it's there. He estimates this being worth $10. And this cool issue 168. Oh, I was thinking he looks a little demented. It looks like some kid drew eyes in there and made him cross-eyed. That, wonder if he mentions that in the back. Oh, it says very good. Wire bundle crease throughout book. He estimates it about $10. So that's because these were sent to newspaper stands with wire, or I could have sworn it was string sometimes, but I guess it was wire. And is that frozen? No, he's moving. I was making sure the Wi-Fi is not. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know if you noticed that. That's some kid being funny. Very good off-white, estimated about $10. But this one's my favorite one. It's 170 with this great cover, which I don't want to use the word iconic, but to me it's iconic. 1967, very good, define. Oh, I love those words. That's the way it's supposed to be, not 7.0. I hate that because that reeks of modern speculation. Anyway, why do I love this cover so much? Because my introduction to superheroes came through a record that my mom bought me when I was probably 5, maybe 6. And it was from Leo Records, which is the MGM. Oh, Gotham City's gone. I just realizing. I can let's get Meyer back on. Oh, he's there. See, hold on. There's a bunch of people. Bronco says 700 subs. Grot, excellent. Bronco says YouTube Premium is the best. Glad you'll have it for a month. I won't hear any criticism of that Cookie Monster performance. It was top notch. My wife really kind of got it because when she likes to sleep with YouTube, like long YouTube videos, and then they have these obnoxious commercials that break into them and wake her up. So that's part of why she did that. P.S. Holy moly on the happy birthday gift from The Strange Life. Strange Life Spinner. Amazing. And Gotham City says, my phone died. Yeah, you were saying it was getting weak. But here, we're tasteful. We'll say, my phone expired. My phone passed away. We're going to be tasteful here in this former funeral home. Let's see. I'm going to start saying that. My phone passed away. What's another one? My phone went to meet the Lord. I say, I never laugh at my own jokes, but I laughed at that one. I don't know. Okay, I'm trying to show you why that's iconic to me, but maybe not to you. I just love that, he's at an angle, he's running towards, they're having a recess, and entertain them for a second. I've got to pause this.
All right. Hey, so when he was showing those notes on the back of those comics, it reminded me of how I used to make notes on these index cards, but only when I was a little kid I did this, and only on a few comics. Now, stuff that I owned in about 1977, 1978 is what we're talking about. I was able to pull out this Power Man because I just remembered that when I rebagged these Power Mans, I found some of the cards in the back of the old bags. So what I had done was I had my own rating system, and then I was pretty much just kind of copying what they were doing in those Marvel indexes that were coming out right around the same time. So I was like writing down like the particulars of the comic, right? The artists, the title of the story, how many pages, then the condition that I thought the comic was in, and then my own little, what did I call it? DQR, which must have stood for David Quality Rating, because my Earth name at the time was David. And I don't have the key to this, but I think these numbers, the first one is, this is a 1 to 10 scale, and it's probably cover, writer, artist, inker. What else would I be? Maybe editor? I don't know. But I didn't when I was 12 years old, I didn't think that this Luke Cage was a very good comic. I gave it an overall rating of 5.2 when I was 12. I was a Luke Cage fan. So I don't remember what it was about this comic that disappointed me. It might have been that the art and the story an issue or two previous were much better, so that's what would have disappointed me. But I did give the cover a 7, which I think this is at least a 7. But I probably gave the art a 4 because it's George Tuska and Vinnie Colletti, right? Or Vince Coletta. So that's why it got a 4, because it's George Tuska and Vinnie Coletta, right? I didn't like them when I was a little kid. I was a comic snob, and I only liked certain types of artists. And to me, this looked really sloppy. Even when I was a little kid, it looked sloppy, right? It's not really very interesting. I mean, once I got the little card, once I got the comic out and looked at the card, I was like, it's really, what was I really doing? I was like indexing, for some reason, indexing every comic that I owned at the time, which was probably 20 or 30 or 40 comics. So now that the collection is much larger than that, some of these cards are still in the back of the comics, but I don't always know where to find them. I have to go back and think about what was I buying in 1977 and 1978 to find the ones with the cards in them. Did any of you guys do anything like this? Did you guys do this sort of thing? It's kind of like, well, I mean, comic collecting, it's almost like stamp collecting, like the things you would do with like something like you would do in addition to collecting stamps. You would keep notes like this sort of thing, I think. I don't know. Did get a new action figure today. I'll show you guys this new G.I. Joe that I got today. His name's Bazooka.
Oh, it's gonna be full screen.
Kind of cool, huh?
That looks bigger scale than that's like, is that in between the new ones and the classic G.I. Joes?
Exactly. It's a 6-inch scale.
Okay.
So it's bigger than the ones from the 80s, but smaller than the ones from the 60s. So yeah, I was really happy I picked this up. I thought it was kind of cool, and I sent a picture of it to my oldest son that collects this G.I. Joe classified line, and he said, "Oh man, that's great. I don't have that one yet." So that made it really easy for me. So I was like, "Well, you can have this one," because I like buying toys, but sometimes I'm, not sometimes, all the time I'm running out of room. So it's nice to have kids that I can give this stuff to, that I'm like, okay, man, I mean, he's got a whole collection of this stuff, and if he wants it, I'm going to pass it on. That made that easy. But cool, huh?
Yeah.
Little rocket comes out. Everything's really well articulated these days.
It looks like you've rubbed gel on your lens, like it's a dream sequence.
Oh, really? Let me see.
Or maybe it's the lighting. I don't know. It looks like
if I do this.
Yeah, it worked. Yeah, it's clear now.
Hey, look at that.
Were you out surfing with your phone in your shorts or something?
It's always out, so it just probably collects the salt and everything in the air, the moisture in the air.
Yeah, that's 100% better. That's cool.
I didn't know that was possible. So you guys might not have been able to see that, but this was the comic we were looking at.
Yeah. The
And
early
also
issues,
these
you
little
wouldn't have
notes.
said that about the early issues, like the ones that were.
I used to do little recipe cards in the back of my comic books when I was about 12. And
Yeah.
that's what this is. Yeah.
Do you remember what was the artist that was the same name as it wasn't Billy Graham, was it? Was it Billy Graham?
Yeah, he was.
That was hilarious. You open up this comic and it says that Billy Graham drew it, and of course you're immediately thinking it's the evangelist, but he was a great artist. Those early issues, like there's some guy about like blowing up a nuclear bomb, and it's just, and all the slang and everything was so funny.
You want to look around? I can take this out and move it around.
Oh yeah. Do a Gotham City tour of your place. We haven't seen it in a while since you've been cleaning and organizing. Because you thought you were going to move, so you started packing, and then you realized you weren't going to move, so you started unpacking. But some of the stuff's in new arrangements now, right?
Yeah, we'll come across stuff that we haven't seen before because it's all kind of moved around and nothing has really been that organized. So it's not that much organization. This is really cool.
Yeah. What's the deal with that Thark back behind there?
Oh yeah, let's look at this Thark.
What's that from?
It's a big, large statue. It's like
it's not an action figure.
No, it's not an action figure. It's made of like polystone with mixed media, like leather and stuff. Can you see it okay?
Yeah, but I don't think the way Burroughs described them, they were that muscular. I think they were more thin. But it's okay. Too. It's still amazing. It's like
I think it's still good too. I got this big rubber white gorilla up here because he looks enough like a white ape, right?
Yeah, except they were hairless. You remember that?
They had 6 arms or something.
Yeah, they all have every creature except for the red men on Mars and I think the yellow men don't all have a whole bunch of legs. But the apes in the book, he describes them as hairless, but you could still tell they were like apes because, oh my God.
Is a King Kong painting that I did a long time ago. I don't know if you guys can see it okay.
Yeah, it looks great.
There's some horses and some Ultraman monsters.
So you're in the perfect place of all places to live in the United States. San Francisco would be the best place to get Japanese monsters and Ultraman and Kamen Rider because of the Japanese population in San Francisco.
Yeah, probably here or maybe LA too.
Yeah.
You just reminded me of something, is that I found the sound sword for the action figures.
Oh.
For the monsters. Hold on, let me show you this. All right. Let me grab one. There was one over here that still had a tag on it. No, it's not going to work.
Paulo's really going to bed because he says he's going to bed because it's 1:45. It's really because we're showing monsters. He doesn't like monsters.
Oh, there it is.
He's like saying, I don't understand the appeal why you guys love monsters so much. It's like
he doesn't understand the. Okay, all right.
Maybe it's part of being an American.
You love them.
All real Americans love monsters.
So these Ultraman vinyl Japanese figures, the current ones don't have this, but the ones from like 10 or 15 years ago used to have this little sound chip on the bottom of the foot. And then the idea is that you had to get this thing called the sound sword and go like this. And then you put it.
Those Japanese engineers.
Anyway, I can't get it to work on this guy, but it's supposed to say the monster's name. It says the monster's name in Japanese, and then it makes all these weird sounds. That's it. It's just, it's for little kids. but I think it's cool. But that's it. These Japanese monsters, I got a lot of them.
Yeah, Dr. Phibes says, Maya, that is very cool. Love monsters. Trying
Yeah,
to do
there
it.
you go.
Nah, that's not a good Dr. Phibes voice.
Here's some of those Funkos we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. I've got the Shriner looking guy, Mason, whatever he's supposed to be.
They were just doing a great job of faithful recreations of the cartoons from our childhood at the time.
Okay, and then I also have a devil guy and a devil girl from that same time period.
I have a devil girl somewhere. I don't know if it's the same girl that you have. I don't
And
know.
then there's also one that's based on the silly surfer guy that was from that line. I've got him in the bat room.
And these are Penelope Pit Stop and the Wacky Races, right?
Oh, nice. Oh, let's see they're just the figures. They don't have the cars, right?
No, they're just the figures. These were also put out by Funko, and they're just really nice, solid vinyl figures that are, again, also faithful to the animation. That's why I picked them up. So,
was that guy ever shown outside of the car? Did they ever show the bottom part of any of these people's bodies?
I don't know. I'm not sure, but I just remember seeing these two guys inside of the monster, the horror car, which was the coolest part, right?
Yeah. Definitely.
Here's a lot of DC figures. This is kind of like my DC area. DC figures and DC graphic novel or trades.
Yeah, but I'll do that AOK presentation on a video that I do maybe Friday or Saturday morning, because I did it a couple hours in, and I don't know if it'll be seen or appreciated by many people, or especially the people that gifted those wonderful things to me. So I'll do it where it's at the beginning of the video, so Hans and Dave can see it. That's cool. John Gorishart, I don't know if he's still watching, but yeah, those stickers he sends me, I think he intends for me to put them around on poles, but I keep and cherish every one of them. It's not, they're all preserved. I think he's hoping I'll promote his channel, but it's just, I keep it all.
Pretty amazing stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
This is another piece of really cool Japanese vinyl. There's a polar bear over there. You might have seen for a second, but I found this company. It's just such a neat use. It's just really quality toy making. That's why I picked this up.
Yeah.
Here's another, this is what the Ultraman looks like when you buy him hanging at the store.
Yeah. You sent me one. Are there stores you can just go into and find that pretty easily?
Yeah, there's one in particular. I don't know how good business is there the last couple of years, but it used to be the place that I used to go to all the time. Probably once a week, I'd go and pick up one of these monsters. That's why I have so many of them.
Is that store Kimona My House?
No, it's not. I think it's called Heroes.
Okay. Is Kimona My House still in business?
That's the place. Yeah, it is. That's the place it's in the same neighborhood as the store I'm talking about. It's in Japantown, and that's where this store is. That place, Kimona My House, is in the Japantown Mall. Some of the toys we're looking at were purchased there. It's just from all over the city, but a lot of this little stuff I bought at Japantown Mall. This stuff here. You never know what you're going to find there. It's just boxes, it's stacks and stacks of little boxes of Japanese figures everywhere, and it's kind of cool. Here's a Dr. Dolittle figure.
Yeah, wow.
Some Rambo figures. This is kind of cool. Let me pull this out real quick. So how well can you see this?
I see it better now. Is
That's
it
enough.
a tattoo or something?
No, I'll show you. It's enough. Let me bring it over here. Because that's enough showing stuff, I think. I don't know, but let me show you this real quick. I found it and I noticed it, I remembered it. So this is pretty cool. It says Rambo meets a giant ape. And this came out of this Rambo coloring book that a friend of mine, I don't know where he found it or how he had it, but so I was in this VA creative art therapy class, and we had access to just all kinds of basically anything that we needed as far as supplies or equipment or whatever. And this friend of mine had this Rambo coloring book, and his idea was pretty brilliant, and it did well. He basically just ripped off the coloring book and just made prints and small versions of images from the coloring book and sold them at the VA, art shows and stuff like that, and people would buy it because and I thought it was a great idea. It was very funny. It's interesting. It's kind of cool.
Is that supposed to be Rambo, I guess?
Yeah, this is Rambo from the cartoon series, like probably in the late 80s or something like that.
I don't think I ever watched it, but was it like that? Did he fight monsters?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think I ever watched enough of it to see him fighting a giant ape.
Yeah, John, the Godzilla and King Kong. John's gonna hate this. I wanted to show a little bit of John's animation. He hates to watch his own animation, but I got to sell people on his because I don't think people understand. So I'm just gonna do it for a little bit, and you can just look away, John. People don't get it. They don't understand. We say he's a great animator. Okay, so you type in John Goris. Can you guys see that? John Goris, right? So let me give it full. Okay, so John Goris. There he is. John Goris. I'm subscribed, but I'm not logged in on this, so don't think I haven't subscribed to him. What we need to do is increase the subscriber count by, let's see, how many people are watching right now? 24. 24 of you need to subscribe, and we need 24 plus 11. We need to raise it to that the number. Let me just show you what this is like. ass motherfucker. Shit. Maybe it's not all appropriate for family audiences, but you can see all his great stuff. This video, my wife laughs so hard at this video. Another 100 skulls, but that's Ghost Tank 4. There's there were other ones before. Oh, what is going on here? The best thing is just to hit play all and play everything he's ever done. I recommend that.
Destroy all mutants.
Yeah, it's amazing. Now I'll show you something else that I was trying to show you a moment ago. Why I love that cover so much of that issue of Flash. There's a record I grew up with. I've only seen it twice in my life. When I was given this record as a 5-6-year-old, which I still have, and when I found it again in Half Price Books many years later. So I have 2 copies. But luckily for you, you can listen to it for free on YouTube, and it's wonderful. And it's this record here, The Official Adventures of Aquaman, the Flash, and Green Lantern. So you can see that is clearly taken from that issue of the Flash, that picture of the Flash. And if someone could tell me where the Aquaman pose came from and what issue that Green Lantern pose came from, I'd like to have all 3 of those comics. Well, I have one of them now.
Boy, are they in for a surprise. Hang on, everybody. Here we go.
That's Aqualad.
Rushes into the huddle. They line up.
It's great. It's like old time radio.
Chose to use his gift.
Except it's the origin of the Golden Age Flash on this album. It's the modern Flash, like reading a comic book and realizing, oh, there was in this comic book, there was a guy that had the same powers as me. And, it's that basic thing.
The official adventures of the Flash.
Did they have another record that was like Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman?
This same company, Leo Records, also did a Superman record about 1966. Maybe this, actually, it might be this website, Audio Adventures, another one. After you subscribe to John Gores, subscribe to Audio Adventures, except, John Gores should have this many subscribers, not just Audio Adventures. They have all the records you grew up with and all the ones you wanted. It's all here to be heard for free, and some that you never even knew existed. Like if you really wanted to hear the Silverhawks cassette, there's a Mighty Mouse record you can listen to. This should entertain you for quite a while. I have this book from when I was record from when I was a kid. This Three Stooges record. But Leo did say, these are playlists. There's Hanna-Barbera records. So let's look at that playlist. It's got 19 records. They've got Shazam records, Hillbilly Bears, Flintstones. So, this is stuff you can play to, on a first date to set the mood. Scooby-Doo and Flintstones. Okay, so where does he have all the superhero stuff? He has old time radio adventures. Oh man, where would
This is good workout music too. That Hanna-Barbera stuff, good for like yoga, Zen.
yeah, sure, yeah.
Lifting in the gym, just kind of jam that in your
They
earbuds.
played in the War Room at the White House. Oh, there's something else I wanted to show you guys. There's a guy that put up something about 2 weekends ago. What is it? Where is it? Come on. Oh yeah, this guy put up the Batman marathon, and it's on a station called Retro. Come on, Cord. It's on a station called Retro Radio, and what it is they have what do they put on it? Well, first it has a pilot for a Batman radio series that never took off called the Batman Mystery Club from 1950, and then it has the Batman version of the Flash, Aquaman, Green Lantern record I just had. There was a Batman one, and that's on here too. The official adventures of Batman and Robin, and then he has some Power Records Batman. Yeah, a bunch of Power Records. That's basically, but there's also people, if you just type in Batman Radio on YouTube, that have like the Superman radio show that was the big hit, and had Batman on for a little while as a guest star. And they have a playlist here. This is on J.R. Todd, is the name of this guy on YouTube. And it's just, you can just listen to it. So Batman was actually on old time radio. So that's one thing I would like to do is recommend YouTube channels. I think that would be a cool thing. It's kind of like when Horror Mike recommends all the things to see on Tubi TV. I always want to call it Tubby TV just because mental illness. But I'd like to do because there's so much amazing stuff. One way to discover it is to look at Meyer Greenblatt's playlists, because he updates some of them daily, and you'll find incredible things there. As much YouTube is something to love and to hate. It's got such an amazing amount of cool stuff on it, but it also is, censors and and that's bad. But there's great stuff, and the commercials are a ploy to get money out of you. But there's great stuff on there. It's just terrible when, okay, I want to watch the Crypt Keeper of Castle Hill's latest video. Oh, he's gone. And everything he ever did is gone. It's like, well, he still has them on his computer, but we can't see them unless you go and watch them at his house. Apartment, penthouse suite actually is what it is. He's on the top floor. It's really cool. And he's real happy now that he's not on YouTube, and he's kicked himself of the addiction of buying all the variant covers and everything. But I was talking about, he came on Saturday. Was it Saturday? Sometime this last Sunday, probably. Sunday, yeah, it was definitely not Saturday. So anyway, blah, blah, blah. I'd like to, are there some YouTube channels you can recommend, Meyer?
Gosh, I was thinking about that. I think that's a great idea. I can't think anything off the top of my head right now, but it would be easy to put something together. As you mentioned, I'm always adding stuff to my playlists every day. So you mentioned, because somehow, how did you discover the ElfQuest video? Was that just recommended to you by YouTube?
It was recommended to me by YouTube. Now that channel, I never saw that channel before, but that channel has 1 million subscribers, and those videos get 500,000 views or more, and they're about comic books. And It
Yeah.
wasn't just one. I watched some of his other videos. Like he did a video on the Duck Man, which was the artist that did the fill-in stories for the Dell Duck comics that wasn't Walt Kelly and wasn't Carl Barks.
Uh-huh.
And it was a pretty good video talking about that guy whose name was kind of kept a mystery. I saw another one on the guy that did what's his name? Harryman, the guy that did the cat comic from the 20s and 30s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I made myself big just to show this is the video. It's like you see this thumbnail and you immediately want to click on it because it's like looks so cool. Marvel rejected this couple, so they so it doesn't even say it's ElfQuest. You have to Marvel rejected this couple, so they revolutionized the comic industry. And it's a fascinating documentary, even if you're not into ElfQuest. But it's kind of like you watch it and it gets you into ElfQuest, because didn't you say, Meyer, you ordered the like a collected set or something?
Yeah, I did. I ordered that new collected omnibus from Amazon that they mentioned in the video that he mentioned. He kind of promoted a little bit in the video. The guy that made that documentary interviewed Wendy and Richard Pini. It seems like he took a long time to make it and everything. And I felt like I wanted to read the whole thing. The video amped me up to appreciate ElfQuest in a way that I never appreciated in the past. As I mentioned, I had seen it, I had sold it in the comic shop, I had read an issue or two, and then when Marvel did the reprinting in the mid 80s, I was living in the barracks and in the army, and that was a comic that you could find at the Little PX. And I have a couple issues that I bought at the Little PX, and I kept those, and I pulled those out because I was reminded after I saw that video, it made me think, wow, I do have a couple ElfQuests. And then I pulled this one out and I was like, wow, I bought this at the Little PX. And not only did I read it, but Dean read it, and so did Bird. Like my two roommates, we all read this.
Yeah, about a couple of years ago, about the time that video I had on earlier was filmed, I was in a comic shop and I saw the Marvel ones, and I thought they were all in dollar bins, and I started picking up I may have a whole bunch of like the first 20, 30 issues. I haven't read them yet, but I look at it with different eyes now as an older person, and I think this is really pretty great, and it's in color in the Marvel ones. But it's just the thing is Marvel rejected them initially, and then later Marvel came crawling to them.
It's a really
when I was a kid in the comic store, Lone Star Comics, and these independent comics started coming out, I was like, yeah, this doesn't look right. It's not Marvel or DC. Or the ones I remember that were independent, they were, I guess, distributed kind of through the same channels that Underground Comics were. But see, Underground Comics started everything because they were distributed directly and sold where you couldn't return them. And then the people that distributed the Undergrounds started to distribute the ones they called ground level comics, like Star Reach. There was one called Sojourn, and it had Joe Kubert art. It had some people from, the big companies. There was Cerebus, the Aardvark.
The Last Kingdom was one of them.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, that was what, Jack Katz. I remember that, and
then people
all
like, what was it? Canon? Wally Wood tried to self-publish. Was it called Canon? Was that what?
Yeah,
that
I think Canon was meant to be sold to military guys. Like it's kind of R-rated stuff that maybe I think he was hoping to sell that through the PXs, and it just didn't work. But yeah, he started to. He put out that comic Heroes Incorporated. I think that was meant to be sold through military bases. You know that one?
No. I mean, I've seen the title, but I don't have any of them. I've heard of it.
I mean, have you seen the cover of it?
I don't think so. I have one issue of Canon.
Yeah, Canon. Yeah, let me pull this up. Heroes Incorporated had like a Fantastic Four Galaxy Trio kind of three. There was a big rock kind of guy, it seemed like, and it had Canon, but it looked like a kid's comic because Wally Wood had that style, but it was also, very lots of pulchritude and everything. Let's see what I can pull up. And then of course he kind of started at that with Wits End, his magazine. Oh, yeah, this is it. Okay, let me give myself the full screen. Yeah, this this comic looks amazing.
Oh yeah, I've
Heroes
seen this.
Incorporated presents Canon. Look at this guy. It's just, and then there's Dragonella, and then the Misfits. You see what I mean? It's kind of like a, you know, Fantastic Four Galaxy Trio kind of, I don't know, Doom
Great.
Patrol kind of thing.
I've seen
What are
this
they
now,
selling this for?
I've seen it like on auction on my comic shop. That particular comic, I've seen it.
Yeah. Oh, shoot.
It looks
It's 1969. And it's, I guess it's so common that it's virtually valueless.
Oh, I didn't
Can
know
you
that.
imagine those the price?
$2.50 for a
They'll
6.
probably be gone in 5 minutes. People, the 17 people
Yeah, I
watching
didn't
this.
know that was it.
Oh, and the second issue. Yeah, I think I have both of these. I hope I do. I think this one was more of a magazine-sized book. Look at this cover. I mean,
It's amazing.
the
I would
Misfits.
have already owned that if I knew that was $2.50.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done it on the air. They don't have that one in stock, but I'm sure on eBay they can't be that much more on eBay. If
Yeah,
I mean, they're plentiful. I mean, there were a lot printed, but then I remember going into a comic store. I've told this story 40 million times on this channel, but seeing the first Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and it's like, oh, okay, what's this? I put it back, and it's now like what, ridiculous $50,000 or something, probably more than this building cost. The Lead Paint says Wits End is superb, and Library 88 says that ElfQuest video is amazing. Wendy Peeney was insanely talented early in life.
Wasn't she? Wasn't her backstory really like heartwarming as well, like touching, finding out about how she grew up and seeing those she's drawing on a roll of paper towels?
Because her parents discouraged her drawing, but her grandmother embraced it. And then her husband met her because she wrote a letter to the Fantastic Four, and it was published. And Marvel used to publish not just the kids' names, but their street addresses, which would never be done today. But then kids don't read comics now. It's very common, a big warehouse find in the 1990s. I believe it's everywhere. Yeah, it is. True dat, Steve, says Lead Paint. And also, but it's worth getting. A lot of Warrens are very much, I think some of these new collectors don't realize how, because I would, after Warren folded, they always had those ads in the back selling the back issues. I'd go to conventions and there were stacks of one issue this high in mint condition,
Right. I have a couple that I bought in that exact same circumstance where I went to a convention and they had a stack of 20 or 30 of two different famous monsters and a creepy. And I was like, wow, these are in perfect condition. And they were $5 a piece or something. And
yeah. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'm a little, I don't know. I'm still waiting because I think a lot of Silver Age will hit the market before too long, just because the kids that bought it, are getting up in years, and it's like, I think a lot of people just kept that stuff their whole life. I don't think it's all hit the market, but I'll be right back because I'm doing two things at once here. But I can still hear. I'm just in the same room.
All right. Well, let me see what I can show you guys. See if I can grab some comics. Let's go right to where we were, where I pulled that Power Man out.
Most of my collection is alphabetized and standing upright on these shelves, with the exception of like the golden age stuff that won't fit. But this is everything alphabetized, most of it.
As a kid, I kept my collection that way on a shelf inside the secretary that's over here, and my whole collection was all upright with the spine out.
That's how I've got them now.
Yeah, just like books.
Yeah, that's why it's easier to get to them, and that's the main reason. The way I have it set up now, since I have the room for it, I'd rather have it like this. So if I think of a comic and I want to pull it out, it's easier for me to reference and pull out without having to go through boxes and unstack boxes to get to the one at the bottom and then open them up. And
I know.
And so it's just a system that I found that I liked.
Yep.
Oh, here's another card. Oh, there's a couple more cards. I was really reviewing these Power Man comics.
And what age again were you when you filled those cards out?
When these were new, so 11 or 12.
Okay, that's cool.
77. This is it might have had something to do with me still. I was still like doing good in school at this point, right? I didn't start like getting tired and of school and stop paying attention until like halfway through 8th grade. So at this point, when I was like 11 or 12, this felt like I was accomplishing something because I was doing these little cards. I was seeing my sister going to college, and I was thinking this was kind of like, I'm like in college, I'm doing my own little thing, cataloging my comics.
Was that something you did during summer vacation or just all the time?
I think I did it all the time. I was trying to keep up with my collection and do my own reviews of each comic as it came out.
Yeah, that's really cool, I have to say. Are there any others that are worth reading, or are there any that were kind of funny?
There's not much to it. Like I said, it's just me copying down the particular stuff in the comic and then giving it a review. So that's really it. I didn't do any annotations that would have been funny. I didn't do that. I wish I had, because that would have been much more interesting. But I didn't.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so I was impressed by all that stuff about Wendy Peeney's artistic influences, and also just like what you said, my whole life I had assumed that they were a team that created this comic together. I thought that maybe I always figured that she drew it because it has a real feminine touch to it, but I thought he was writing it. I didn't know that he was just the business end. I didn't know that she did really the entire thing was like a tour de force on her part. I didn't know that, and I also didn't know how talented she was. That was really cool video show.
See, that would have made it more interesting to me if I just knew it was a female vision, because it's something about it when I know and I think that a guy was involved in drawing it that makes me think, this. But now that I know it's all a girl or woman doing it, it's more acceptable, because that's not a good style for a guy artist. That could be what my inner insanity coming out, but it's fine. What else came out that was kind of then there was in the early days of that, there was First Kingdom. Do you remember Sojourn? I think that was a bigger like magazine, or maybe it was even bigger than a magazine, Sojourn.
I think I remember seeing it, but I didn't know what it was. I never.
Yeah, I remember looking up what the word sojourn meant in the dictionary, so that's how I know that it means a long voyage. Missing Mars. Yeah. I thought Power Man and Iron Fist was a good time period. I thought they were a good pairing.
Yeah, I really liked it.
Yeah, Library 88. Just liking all that. They were 50 cents each. Yeah. Let's see. Sunny Boy 66 put some new stuff up today.
Yeah, I did notice that. I haven't listened to it yet. I haven't had it.
Yeah, this record. You can tell it's outstanding music. Oh, it's from Kogar the Swinging Ape. It's his one of his. He's a cool guy. I think he might have different politics. Where I think, but that's okay. I guess I'll forgive him. This is a good record. When was this put up? Oh, this is 2 months ago. But I found a great one right after work today. It's not from Sunny Boy 66. I've been finding all kinds of weird music. Let me see if it's still in my history. I saved it in a playlist, but it's music from. Is it from Thailand?
I thought of a good channel to tell everybody about. Stairway to Stardom. I don't know if we've talked about it before. I might have talked about it before. Stairway to Stardom.
It's great.
Check it out.
Yeah, we can hear this this record. It starts really strong. Ronald Grinder. I can't read. It's Thai Pop Spectacular.
Yeah, I love that. Sounds great. I love it. That's the stuff that you can look at my music playlist, and that's the stuff. My playlist is full of stuff just like that. I love Japanese music and Japanese television from the 60s and 70s. And I love commercials. Japanese commercials from the 80s are like probably the greatest commercials ever made or something. I mean, at least modern day. They're really funny and really crazy. And there's some channels on YouTube that I can't even think of it to name them because they're not even in English. They're like Japanese characters, the title of the channel.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Like,
it's got stuff that's gonna make my wife just jump right down the elevator shaft when the elevator's not on the level. Because the elevator is just basically a big heavy wooden plank that's lifted up by the same device that would lift an engine out of a car. and if the elevator's not on the floor you're on, you open the door. It's just you kind of have to be careful. But when she first, I probably told you this, or she might have told you one time when you were on the phone with us, that when she first moved into with me, I had Alex Jones playing. I've got this little device called an FM transmitter. It's a whole house FM transmitter. It's about the size of a pack of cigarettes with a little wire that's the antenna, and you hook it to an audio source, and then they give you a choice of 4 different radio station frequencies on the FM dial. And I think I chose 106.1 because there was no station interfering in the area. They give you several choices just in case you've got a big station with that. One of them would be free. So So then you broadcast it, and then you could tune in any radio in your house and hear that. So I, I had Alex Jones playing, and it was coming out of every radio in every room. And then, he just goes, he's like, it's like listening to a pro wrestler, and you can't escape him taunting oh, shoot, the dog is here. And it was just like she couldn't take it. I had to stop that. So that's one thing I don't do anymore is broadcast stuff everywhere. And sometimes, it was FCC approved. It didn't go too far, but sometimes, you could leave the house. And I remember playing the Marvel superheroes cartoon soundtracks, and you could drive about down to the end of the block and still hear it on your car radio before it started to fade out. So the neighbors could have, if they had just tuned into that station, they could have had a wonderful experience. But the day after Joe Biden was elected, the neighbor put up an American flag. It's like, oh, so I was broadcasting all this. Alex Jones, he never heard it, but because people don't have radios. People don't have radios where they just turn the dial. Everyone, and plus no one listens to radio anyway, so it's a moot point. But it's just I've dreamed about having my own radio station. That I think that would be a lot of fun. I've dreamed about having my own movie theater and everything. There was an old girlfriend in the 90s that worked for a pirate radio station. And you just go into this normal business. It was like the Man from U.N.C.L.E. They go into a tailor shop or whatever that was. And they go in the back door, and all of a sudden they're in this big spy agency. And they did that in the Kingsman too, and everything. I guess that's really from James Bond, because what was it? It was Universal Imports Exports was that's where James Bond would go in there, and then
they
was behind there.
They did it in Captain America #1 by Joe Simon and Jack Kirby.
Yeah, and that predates all of that. That predates Ian Fleming. It probably was like something that was really done. It's just like that's how Anne Frank was hidden. It's like it was up above a business, and they put a bookcase over in front of the door, so no one knows there's a door there going up to the attic. But it's just a spy thing, What the hell was I even talking about? Why was I talking about that?
You were talking about.
I've done live streams before, and I get my phone and I rewind to watch the part, and then it's like, oh, that's what I was talking. Damn, what was I talking about, man?
Yeah, I can't remember either, man. I don't know.
Okay, it'll come to me. I was talking about that for a reason. Hidden stuff. Oh yes, we went into this place. I don't know if it was like a head shop or something like that, where the owner was hip to it. And then you go up the stairs, and there was a DJ, and they eventually got caught and had to shut it down. But she had a late night radio show. I never heard it because I didn't live in the same. She was a long distance girlfriend, and it's like, send me tapes of your radio show. And she never did it. It's like, well, that's kind of it doesn't matter. Let's see what people are saying in the incredible chat. Wendy Peeney's cold drawing of Triton and Johnny Quest that she sent to Richard via their letters page romance were incredible. Because he found, this girl draws comics. Color drawing. Oh, yes. Okay. I was wondering, cold drawing. Okay. But I was just going with it. There's a Slab Heroes Incorporated rated 9.8 going for $7.95. There's probably a million 9.8s out there because sitting in warehouses. Dial Radio for me, 104.3 WJEJ, has been on the air since 1932. I discovered a radio station, a little bit of a radio station from Rural Retreat. I was going to put it on at the beginning of today's broadcast, and then most of it was just a horrible Amber Alert that was really depressing. And it's like where the host sounded really worried about it. And it's like, I can't put that on. It's just, but anyway. Dial Radio for me. Yeah, okay. Absolutely. Oh, man, I wish Charlton 66 could upgrade his system and come on. We're probably on against something significant. Is Thursday comic? What is it when they do the reading of the comic books?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
It might be that's called. Comic Monkey, Comic Frog. What's it called? Comic. I forget what it's called.
Comic Book Frog. Is that it? Comic Book Frog. I don't
Yeah,
know.
but the show has a name. It's
Geeky Puppet Show.
Geeky Puppet Show. Comic Frog. Man, tonight, the restaurant we like to go, we wound up not eating there tonight because we got to save money. We've got all these healthy meals from the Factor Company, but they were serving as their special tonight, one of their 3 specials, frog's legs. And it's like, I've never had frog legs and I'm never going to get them. Have you ever had frog legs?
I have. I don't like them. Yeah, I've had them.
It's just, you can't get past the name. Someone didn't tell you it's frog. They say, well, it tastes just like chicken. It's like, well, why not just eat chicken, man?
My cousin used to own a restaurant, and the restaurant that he owned used to have, I think they would call it a shepherd's lunch, but I think it was a farmer. Also, they called it a farmer's lunch. And this was like a banquet that was, and most of the farmers or the shepherds that came to his restaurant every day or like once a week or something, they were Armenian or Portuguese, old school guys. And it was like a family style meal. Now, I would go there because my cousin owns the place, so I ate all the food for free and was there a lot, right?
Yeah.
But this meal would always blow my mind that these people were loving it. It was fried frog's legs and pickled cow tongue, and then all kinds of like Armenian food and old like European like Portuguese stuff that I never seen before. Kind of like, remember how B. Cliben would draw like the foreign food like inside of those cat cartoons? It would look like a fig or something, or like a cow turd or something. It was like this foreign looking thing, like a black fig. What is that? And they're like, no, it's a sack of pig blood or something. You know what I mean? It's a sausage made of blood or something like that. I'm like,
and then like my wife was talking about, well, this friends of hers were going to give us some food. They were a Mexican couple, and she said, I don't know about this. This is all basically everything from a cow's skull is like it was like melted down, and like the eyes, all the it's like everything. I don't. This is something I discovered also that's been served as a special at the same restaurant. Is something called mountain oysters. You aware of these things?
Yeah, I haven't had those, but I've been, I lived in Denver for a little while, and when we got to Denver, that was a thing. You're in the Army, everybody, you got to try the mountain oysters.
Well, what's wrong with these people? You know what they are? I mean,
they didn't have that to the Mexican restaurant on Colfax.
But I mean, hold on a second. Okay, I'll give a little close up. Or meatballs, also known as prairie oysters in Canada, is a dish made of bull testicles. Did you know they were bull testicles when they were encouraging you to eat them?
Yeah, that's why that was the novelty of the whole thing. It was a joke. They call it not an oyster, but it's not an oyster at all. It's bull balls.
Yeah, that's not.
It didn't seem appetizing to me. I also didn't. Now, you know what? I've had tongue like in tacos, like Mexican, not the pickled, like I was telling you, like at my cousin's restaurant. But I've had lengua tacos that taste fine. I've had the cabeza burrito or cabeza tacos, which is chopped up cow brains. Those are okay too. But all of it at the same time has kind of a chalky taste to it, or something that I don't like. That's kind of chalky about it, or that the same, both the tongue and the brain. Not a big
Gotham
fan.
City Comics wrote, I watched a video recently where the YouTuber and his family, I think he meant 8, where the YouTuber and his whole family are those Rocky Mountain oysters. I think he meant 8 those. Because at first I was thinking, oh, was it a cartoon where they're all severed bull testicles? Yeah. Well, to each their own, but I'm not going to be eating that. I don't know, man. I don't like to know where the stuff comes from. I need to not think about it. So don't have the animal's name in the title. I mean, I guess chicken always does, and I get past that. But
both snake and crocodile are real similar, and they're not as bad as the other stuff that we've just been talking about. Like snake and crocodile taste better than frog legs. They're not as, there's something that's less reptilian or less fishy about them or something, but snake almost tastes like nothing, and crocodile almost tastes like nothing.
I've heard people eat alligator. I don't know, man. It's like, why do I have a problem about that? But I don't mind catfish that eat all the excrement at the bottom of the ocean. It's just like, oh, I don't know what's wrong with me. Just insanity. Well, do any of you 15 people viewing out there in the viewing audience want to come on? Come on, I dare you. It's not as bad as getting on a roller coaster. That's another thing. I don't like roller coasters. The first time I got on a roller coaster was to impress some date in college. She wanted to go on all those rides, and it's like, are you kidding me? I can't say no because, this is in the 80s, and this girl was all dressed like Madonna or whatever, and it's like, it's like, okay, and it's one of those where you go upside down. It's like, I was not that heroic on that. I didn't scream or anything, but I just, it's like basically you're simulating the experience of being in an auto accident, as far as I'm concerned. Some people live for that rush, I guess, but I sent a message. Night Tiger was saying he couldn't come on tonight, but maybe he can come on Sunday. But I'm pretty much using all my hours on this account. But I've got another account that's on that Firefox with has a different email address, so I could start over with another 20 hours on that. Because I had already used more than half of my hours when I started tonight. I guess I've only done 3 hours. You were given a tour of your place. Anything else you can show, or are you tired of that?
We can look around a little bit more. I'm getting kind of tired. We'll look around.
Yeah, we can pull the plug soon.
But let's see. Let me turn some lights on. I don't know how good the lighting's going to be in here. Let's see.
You still have sunlight outside there?
Yeah, it's still light outside.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's almost 9 here and it's all dark.
Everything in here is all mostly cars that are still in their original packaging and stuff.
Uh-huh.
But this is kind of cool. Look at this. This is this like dime, like a dime store toy that are these little plastic dogs.
Yeah.
It's still sealed, but the little rubber bands that held the dogs in place are now like deteriorated, so they just fell down.
Oh yeah.
Called Champion dogs.
I guess you could surgically open it and put new rubber bands in, but
Yeah, maybe you could. But I
Kevin
thought I
says he almost fell out of a roller coaster, so he doesn't like them.
thought I'd pull this out. We'll look at this real quick. This is kind of cool because this is so the other day we were talking a little bit about Corgi.
Yeah.
So I guess Corgi still does make stuff, and some of the stuff that they make is replicas of the exact stuff that we loved from the 70s. Like this
Yeah. I still have mine from back then.
And this is an exact replica. It's the same size, same metal, same everything. Feels just like the old toy if you had this, the Yellow Submarine Corgi.
That's
Does all the
pretty neat.
same things and everything.
And as it rolls across the floor, the periscopes revolve around like the Beatles are looking around, and they open up and pop up. I should show my original one sometime.
Yeah, we could compare the original one with the new one. I also got the new Chitty Chitty Bang Bang car because they did the same thing. They made a Chitty Chitty. Oh crap! They made a Chitty Chitty Bang Bang as well. Hold on. What was that just fell out? I think that was a Schuko. That sucks. It's like a nice car. So here's the. Why is that?
Is the packaging 100% like it was originally? Looks like
No,
it probably
packaging isn't, but the cars are.
Oh, okay. Yeah, pretty neat.
Let's see what fell down. Oh yeah, that sucks. Little keys there somewhere. Okay, let's look at some action figures. I guess. Let's just look at the stuff that's on the shelf over here. That's Johnny Apollo by Marx, and there's some Marx figures.
Wow.
It's a really old chalk wimpy from like a carnival toy from the 1930s.
Nice. Yeah.
There's some guys down here. Let me show you this real quick. So at the beginning of all this, like maybe more than 15 years ago, right when I moved to San Francisco and both my kids were still living here, and like one was in 8th grade and one was in 10th grade. And I had moved into this apartment and I didn't really have any of this stuff. I didn't have any of these toys yet. I had all my comics, but I hadn't been buying comics because I was raising kids. So I hadn't been spending any money on myself. But one of the first things that I discovered were these World War II replica, like G.I. Joe size figures. Right?
Oh.
And they were fairly inexpensive. And I thought it was something really cool. And they sold these at that same Japanese toy store that I told you about in Japantown, right?
Yeah.
And these were the German soldiers were the most plentiful and the least expensive. So I bought one of these SS guys and this really cool SS paratrooper or something, and it's really nice. So it was like one of the first things that I had up in the apartment to decorate the apartment. And then my sister comes over to visit to see the new apartment. She's like aligned the exact opposite than I am politically, and she's all, "Why do you have that Nazi on your shelf?" And I was like, "Because I love Nazis."
Is it okay if there's an American next to him, or I mean,
I don't know. I mean, I just think that she thought that I was kind of a crazy person. You know?
Yeah,
she thought I was a crazy person already. So this just confirmed it. You know, here's this 45-year-old man with a $40 doll or something. She's like, "How much did that cost?" And I'm like, "I don't know, $40." That type of shit. But let's see what's over here. Here's some of the
how much does the original German soldier from G.I. Joe line, how much does that go for now?
Probably a couple $100 or more. All of that stuff is in the hundreds range right now.
Yeah. And there was a Japanese soldier too, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was. I think that those ones you're talking about are like some of the more expensive stuff because they didn't make that many of them, and I think they're kind of.
And then there's the GI nurse that's super rare.
Yes. Here's Lassie. This is from the 70s when they had that Lassie and the Rescue Rangers or something. It was
yeah.
And they came out with these Lassie toys, and when you got her, she had like a little wagon, like a rescue little, like a winch or like a Stokes litter, She came with like for like doing like EMT work. Lassie was rescuing people. Here's another really old car. The other day we looked at that car from the 1930s.
Yeah.
Here's another car from the 1930s. Also made. This is an Auburn rubber car, and it's also solid rubber with the clay wheels, probably from about 1935 or 36, something like that.
You know what's weird is since we did that show the other day, I've been getting in my suggestion in my feed on YouTube your videos from a long time ago where you showed the Auburn rubber cars. It's like they're listening to what we say, and then it's so weird. They are because after a few days, every word we say, you can hit the CC closed captioning, and they have all the words. That means they're.
I've seen it happen to me as well. It's interesting, isn't it? It's kind of creepy.
Yeah.
Here's another one, 1930s toy car for kids. It's pretty cool. Here's like this setup of Barbies that are like all kind of falling down and stuff. But let me show you this wacky Ken. See, look at this Ken. He kind of looks like he's on drugs or something, doesn't he?
Yeah. John Goris asked if there were Russian soldiers made. I know they made one. Like soldiers of the world, right?
Yeah. They made G.I. Joe made soldiers of the world. So a couple of years ago, I started buying some Barbies. And then, luckily enough, I have a granddaughter that I can give this stuff to eventually.
Yeah.
To make room for more stuff that I like more. But I discovered that they made this Ken doll that was like a quadriplegic Ken. It's like a Ken that comes in a wheelchair, right?
Oh.
He did. He came with a wheelchair. But what was interesting about the whole thing is like a normal Ken doesn't have any articulation, right? He's just like a 4-point articulation, just like Barbie and Ken. They don't have moving knees or elbows or hips or waists or anything. But the one Barbie that works best is the disabled Barbie that's supposed to be in the wheelchair. But if you take Ken out of the wheelchair, you can make him like lean back and be looking all goofy, and he stands up real good. So he kind of looks like he's just kind of sleepy or maybe nodding off like he's at Kensington in Philadelphia. Yeah. But that's why I got this guy, because he's like really superposable. So yeah, the one guy that's supposed to be disabled is actually the most able in the Barbie universe.
Yeah. That's weird.
Here's an old 1966 model. Oh, also back there, that's the Hudson Brothers. Or no, that's not the Hudson Brothers. The Hardy Boys are back there.
Oh, yeah.
I wish they had Hudson Brothers toys. This is a 66 Rambler wagon. That's original from 1966.
Move the camera down a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Well, it's hard to tell where you're pointing, but it need to go down a little bit. There. Now it's in the middle of the screen. Yeah, okay. A station wagon?
Yeah, it's a station wagon. Rambler station wagon. 66 Rambler.
Wow.
Here's my collection of this guy.
Yeah. He looks like the commander from UFO a little bit.
Yeah, he does. Or like
Ray Spannon. I'd say Pence, but Pence is no longer cool, so you can't say he looks like Pence.
Maybe Lee Marvin a little bit.
Yeah. The one in the middle where you see his internal organs reminds me of the EC Comics story. Did you read the story where the guy hates the warden of his prison so much he wants to get him, but he's guarded by all these dogs. Do you know the story I'm talking about?
Yeah, it sounds familiar, but I don't remember it right off.
Well,
It sounds
anyway, he winds up befriending the guard dogs by feeding them meat, so he can get past the guard dogs to get in and get rid of the warden. But he what he does is he cuts off meat from his torso and feeds the dogs so he can get through. 'Cause basically, he's killing himself in order to get at the warden. So in the last panel, he's coming at the warden, and you see it looks just like that. His ribs are exposed, and all his organs and intestines, because he's just
great.
mutilated himself. Something else. I'm sure YouTube will enjoy listening to me say all those words.
Yeah.
That sounds like self-harm. Oh boy. This is just amazing.
I think that's about it. It's the lighting is not that great over here. Look at this figure I have right here. Have you guys seen this? You guys want to look at? It's my Metarog figure. I think that this looks more like Metarog than it does like Mr. Cotter. I just do. I think it reminds me of Metarog.
Yeah. Well, can you find action figures that represent every one of the major collectors that we watch on YouTube?
Yeah, we could certainly try. This would be the first one. I think that I don't know if anybody has told him yet, but somebody needs to send him this Mr. Cotter figure. I think it looks like Metarog. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can't see the angle. My phone isn't capturing the correct angle.
I can see them.
This is a lot of 70s stuff. Look at this Muhammad Ali. Check out, I bought this Muhammad Ali for $5. Now I had the original Muhammad Ali. Remember I don't know if you had this, got to, but it came with like this thing that plugged into his back, and then you push a button and his arms would swing back and forth and he would punch, right? But mine didn't come with any, and he also had gloves and had a robe that said the champ on the back of it and everything. But I didn't have that. I didn't get that. I had it when I was a kid, but then I just found this one for $5 and it came like this. But some kid like burned him up with a lighter. They they melted his nipples. They purposefully melted the greatest's nipples with like a match or something. They were like heating up like needles and poking him. I don't know what they were doing, but
my goodness,
no respect for Cassius Clay.
I guess he looks like Muhammad Ali. He kind of looks like Captain Kirk a little bit too.
He does. The head sculpt looks. It was also Mego, and it does look a little bit like the Kirk head sculpt.
That's a Mego, Muhammad Ali. Is it Mego size?
No, it's a little bit taller. It's the Big Jim size. So even though it's Mego and it came out at the same time as like Action Jackson, this Muhammad Ali figure is a little bigger. He's like 10 inches, the same size as Big Jim standing there next to him.
Yeah, I never bought sports stuff, or I never asked for Santa for sports stuff or Big Jim or I didn't even get Evel Knievel. I respect people that got Evel Knievel. I think Evel Knievel is a funny guy, and the phenomenon of Evel Knievel is cool, but I never wanted to play with that toy. It really looked like kind of a crummy little figure, but what the toy could do as far as the stunt cycle really was incredible.
It was. That was the great part of it. The figure itself was kind of cheap. I think I mentioned that when I got that for Christmas or whenever I got it. My mom bought the full set, and I had the figure and the stunt cycle and the scramble van with the ramp on it and everything, and I was really having fun. I was excited about it. And then she saw the figure. She said, "That's all the figure is," or maybe she would have called it a doll. Is that the Evel Knievel doll? Just a little bendy toy? And I said, "Yeah, that's him." Kind of disappointing, right, Mom?
Everyone called them dolls back then.
So this is Hypnos. He's the villain for that other figure with the clear chest.
Oh, that's great. Maybe Elon Musk can make all of us look like that.
Pretty cool, huh?
That would be great.
I think that's it. We'll end with Hypnos.
Okay.
Thanks for looking, guys.
Yeah. So, you got any plans for the weekend?
Not this weekend, but next weekend I'm going up and spending a couple weeks with my kids and my grandkids. I've been waiting for my back to heal to the point where I'll be okay, you know, driving and then also sleeping in an unfamiliar bed.
Ooh, yeah, that could be.
But he's got me all set up there. My son is all ready for me. But so next week I'm going up.
Okay. Well, that's cool. That'll be the first time you've been that far out of San Francisco in a while, huh?
Yeah, a long time.
Yeah. I don't know what I have planned this weekend, but I need to do a more formal unboxing of that stuff. And yeah, I keep discovering things. Things are starting to get a little bit more closer to being fixed every day, but I get bothered by like, how do I get that Elvira machine working again? There's some, and I wish I just had a quarter magically somewhere, but there aren't any. Oh, actually, there could be some in a jukebox downstairs. Actually, nah, I probably plundered those trying to have money for food at some point. But anyways, nice of you to come on and
Thanks for having me. Good hanging out. Good seeing everybody. Thanks for watching.
All right, take care, and I'll probably wrap it up here. What time is it? So I'll see you soon.
I'll talk to you later. See you later.
All right, bye. Let's see. Maybe I could look around. Let's see. I think the first X-Men 97 episode must have. Yeah, it seems like I heard that Thursday they were going to premiere it. So people are doing reviews on YouTube. So we'll see how that is. I don't know why it's showing this as the thumbnail for tonight's episode, because I had a picture of some Archie kids dancing, but maybe that didn't pass muster with the YouTube police. Let's see what else is going on. Oh, actually, maybe it is there. That's what I intended it to be. That there. Yes, indeed. I can't. It's 9:04. I can't go upstairs till 11 because I don't. If I open the door to the attic where my wife is working, then the dog will follow, and the dog might start barking, and then that'll mess up her phone talking job. So I'm stuck down here till 11, and was hoping that some of you would come on. I don't have anything to say except to encourage you to join the Gratu army, because men, the next 12 months, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be facing insurmountable challenges and cyber warfare and laser weapons from the sky and possible reincarnation of dinosaurs. There will be great rivers of blood. The crisis that the United States of America is in will not abate until the election, and even then, it's possible the election won't even happen, and after that, who knows what will happen. We've got a guest down below. Let's see who we got here. Add to stage. It's Dr. Phibes. Holy smoke.
Hey,
Dr.
Gratu.
Hey, wow, it's a new place that we've never seen before.
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever done this, actually.
Oh man, I got to give you full screen because this looks like Better Homes and Gardens. This is fantastic.
Oh, thanks.
I really think we should have like a show that shows lifestyles of the rich and famous, but lifestyles of the insane and creepy.
Yeah, absolutely. So
that's fantastic. The little light on it and everything.
So I've been a fan of yours for several months. I don't go way back, but I've been watching you for, I don't know, probably over 6 months. And I really enjoy your show. And I've just been kind of throwing around the idea of getting on and showing some of my comics, showing my collection. I'm not a real big comic book collector like you guys. I have them when I was a kid. I have them from the late 60s, early 70s. And throughout the years I've collected. But
that's the best time period that you
absolutely.
have. And that's really how I am. I don't buy any new comics I buy are reprints of stuff from back then, or they're comics from back then, or I that's the time period I like, the 60s and really earliest part of the 20-cent, 25-cent era of comics. But this is so nice. It's like a real mid-century house with these
I'll just give you a little bit of a tour real quick. One of the things that I've also been into is I collect music memorabilia. I also collect movie posters. These are all original movie posters and lobby cards and so forth, like yourself. And that's one of the first things I saw in the background was some of your amazing posters. So I'll just kind of show you a few things that I've got kind of placed throughout the house.
Oh, wow.
You can
I have that Crypt Keeper, but he broke. I've got to get a new one.
Yeah, he's cool. And you can see here's a couple of lobby cards.
Yeah.
And this is a German poster.
Yeah.
Christopher Lee.
What state are you in?
I'm in Michigan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then upstairs is really where the music collection is. But I'll show you a few more of the horror sci-fi collection first. Over here is a Hammer film.
Yeah.
This is a Belgian poster here.
Right.
This is an American half sheet.
Yeah.
And this is actually from an old movie theater that I used to live in with the Capitol Theater built in the 1920s. And I lived there when I was a single guy for several years. Here's some more lobby cards.
Did you now was the theater converted into a residence? How exactly did you live in it?
So it was not, but I converted it into a residence. So I basically talked to the owner of the theater and said, if you allow me to convert some of these offices into living space, I'll do that. And when I'm all done and I move out, you'll have a great place that could be an apartment. So that's what I did. And I lived there for several years. And at that time, the theater had a lot of bands coming in that were either on their way up or the bands that were on their way down. It was about a 2,500 seat theater. So, I was seeing everything from crazy bands like Guar and Alien Sex Fiend to the Go-Go's on their way down, when they weren't popular anymore. So it was quite an experience. I got to see all these bands for free. This right here is a 1946. It's hard to see. There's a lot of reflection. Let me try to get.
I see it though. Oh, it's Beauty and the Beast.
It's Beauty and the Beast, 1946. It's a French poster.
Oh, wow.
That's extremely rare. This size of poster, they did not make many of these because it was right after the war. And as you know, right after the war, paper was rare. So there was only a few of these posters made that hung in the big, giant, grand theaters, the big palace theaters in
Yeah.
Paris.
That
And
has to be worth thousands.
it is. It is very, very rare. We've actually tried to find out the worth of it, and it's very difficult. There's nobody selling them. The last time we had any kind of because we had it appraised, but again, they just weren't able to find anything because we wanted to put a rider on it on our insurance, and they estimate. And again, this was many years ago, but around 35 grand.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
but it's very rare, extremely rare.
Yeah, that's very historically important. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's Jean Cocteau's Beauty and the Beast, which is an
Yeah.
amazing film.
So
Really-
the movie theater, were the offices were above the theater?
Yes. The offices were above the theater, and I knocked out a couple of walls, and I had this large apartment that I built a stage on, and I used to have friends come over. We'd play music, and it was incredible. It was a great place to live for many years.
Were you managing the theater and the bands?
No, not at all. Nope, I was working a completely different type of job, and I just wanted to thought it'd be great to live there.
Do you have video or film of the apartment there and all of that era, or photographs?
I have photographs. I do have some video, actually. I've got some video of us playing live and different people coming over. I'll just kind of show you some more of these.
Oh yeah, wow.
Posters.
Yeah.
This one right here, Brides of Dracula.
Yeah. My friend told me that posters are 100% always found in projection booths above the ceiling. That's where they would store the posters. And did you have access to the original projection booth?
I did. Unfortunately, all of that stuff had already been
okay. So
taken out. So I looked. I found a couple of small treasures in the basement. In fact, the basement of this theater even had a bowling alley.
Oh yeah.
And it was an amazing theater, but again, it had been ravished by time, and people had stolen a lot of stuff from it. And I wasn't able to get anything that was like amazing. No cool finds, but it was great living there.
Is the theater still there?
It is, and they've renovated it.
What was
University
it called?
of Michigan. The University of Michigan actually bought it and renovated it.
Oh. What was the theater originally called?
The Capitol Theater.
Capitol? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Wow. We almost moved into a movie theater in Alabama because there was a building next to it that was for sale, and we thought, well, we could live there and then we could run the movie theater, but it turned out that the building next to it would have required an unbelievable amount to restore, but that was a brief dream that just didn't pan out.
I had the same dream. I wanted to also get a small theater, and but yeah, they're just so expensive, and in hindsight, with the whole COVID BS that happened, they put a lot of those people out of business.
Yeah. A friend of mine from high school was in Guar, Casey Orr.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
That's a crazy band.
And I never really listened to them, but the band Pantera came from my high school and the neighboring high school. They're about my age.
Yeah, they're quite big also. I wasn't a big fan of their music.
Me neither, no. But they were. I remember those guys.
So this right here is an autograph picture of the woman, Carol.
Right.
Yeah, you can right there. You can kind of see her autograph.
Yeah, yeah, nice. Yeah, she was great. That's
kind
where
of,
that whole look started.
yeah, I was gonna say kind of one of the original goth girls, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Here's a couple more lobby cards for the serial Black Dragons.
Yeah. You've got big titles and something about, oh, that's a good one. The foreign ones, there's something about them that looks more sophisticated and tasteful.
You know, I enjoy the foreign ones, and ironically, the foreign ones are less, they're worth less than the American in most cases.
Yeah.
These are very rare. These are for the movie Salome and Natsamova. She was married to Valentino. And I got these for a steal. I paid, I think, like $300 for both of them, and they're extremely rare. I don't even know what they're worth. But it's artwork that's inspired by, I can't even think of his name. He's on the cover of Sgt. Pepper, the artist. Here's Psycho.
I don't remember his name. You were asked in the chat by Thomas Fairfowl if you obtained the Carol Borland autograph personally.
Yes, I did at a convention. I've gone to several of like the Monster Bash. I've been to several, basically over Ohio, New Jersey, Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And I'll show you a few more in the in our library.
Oh wow. This is oh, there we go.
And these are unique. These little sculptures got in Paris, France, and they are basically taken from Hieronymus Bosch paintings.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Yeah, this one's very famous.
Oh my gosh.
But I started collecting these for my wife. Loved them. A woman being roasted over a fire. Hieronymus Bosch did some very bizarre stuff, as you know.
Yeah. I had no idea these things existed.
Yeah, they're quite unique.
Kevin at Gotham City Comics says the framed posters look phenomenal. They do. It's very
tell them thank you.
I mean, this is this is great.
And then these you've seen these, of course. These mainly came out in the 90s. I have all the marks. I love some of Meyer's videos of him showing the old Marx figures, the Knights, Vikings, the different soldiers. These actually were bought for my son.
Oh my gosh. I think you've outclassed all of us here.
Oh no, not at all. Your collection is amazing. Just amazing. Your house is amazing.
But this is so tasteful. I mean, I think people would consider this very tasteful display. I mean, it's
well, so is yours. And yours is amazing. It really is. My wife and I are both completely blown away by your place. It's just incredible.
I seems like I okay, things are starting to make sense because let me see if I'm not mistaken here. It seems like you had some really great playlists on your YouTube channel. If I'm not
Maybe. I'm yeah, I'm big into music. I've played in several bands. I like a lot of the same music that you like. I like a lot of the retro sound. Love the '60s music.
what do you mind mentioning the bands or?
You know, none of them have made it big. We've put out some CDs like everybody has, but none of them would be a band that you've heard of. I mean, we only played mainly in Michigan. We did a little bit of playing around in some other cities in Ohio and places, but yeah, one of them was called Bagshot Row. Was taken from the book The Hobbit.
Uh-huh. Is this can you hear the music on YouTube?
Actually, I did post a couple of the songs on my YouTube channel. I haven't, like I say, this is all brand new to me. I haven't. This is the very first time I've ever done anything on YouTube, as far as what I'm doing right now with you. Very first time.
Well, you ought to start a show because this is this is incredible. You know, it's kind of fun to just get on and talk about things.
It is. I love watching you guys get on and chat. Here's a hyena from Africa. I actually bought this at an auction and got it for pennies on a dollar. This hunter had killed all kinds of animals, and they were selling this stuff for just dirt cheap.
Okay, I am right. Your channel has amazing playlists that I have actually converted to DVD. You've got. Hold on. Can you pause for just a second? Like, keep the camera where you're at. I'm going to go to my because look, guys, he's 4 subscribers because he doesn't have like shows up, but he has playlist 1960s go-go dancers, right? Then Halloween Party, which is 300 videos. So it's just all it's a
hodgepodge of all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, it's everything that I assume people that are watching this channel would love. And then he's got his music list. Does that have some of your own music on it?
No, it does not. But there are a couple.
So I discovered these playlists and I'd forgotten that was you. And then you've got your personal it looks like a bunch of disasters with fireworks and stuff on the other playlist. So anyway, so sorry. I'll go back because everyone's probably thinking, why is he not showing his? Okay, go ahead. Anyway, you guys should subscribe to that because it's great stuff there on the playlist.
This is an Italian poster. This one's quite large. And it is for the Plague of the Zombies, the Hammer film.
Right.
This guy that's screaming and dropping the girl from the film.
That is cool.
This right here is one of my oldest posters. This is from 1939, I think.
Are you about in the same age range in your 50s?
Yes, in fact, I'm the same age as you. My birthday's April 9th, 1965.
Oh, man, you're what? That's just a few days older than, younger than me. Wait, older?
Older. Yeah,
older. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not good with math. That's wild.
Here's Japanese poster for the green slime.
What are some of the other names of? Oh, that's great. What are some of the other names of your bands?
One of them was, gosh, there's been a few. One was the Grand Parade of Lifeless Packaging. Um, this, of course, is Christopher Lee.
Yeah.
I like this poster. This is a German poster. This is a Polish poster for Rosemary's Baby.
Oh, wow.
Here is 40 Man. This one is a. Now, this one they say that Frank Frazetta actually did.
Yeah, I can see it. Yes,
Yeah,
definitely.
you can really see it in these characters here.
That 100% is Frazetta. Whether the top part is, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, that's 100% Frazetta. Wow.
Now, one thing real quick, you know what? Let me just turn on a few lights in here. This is my son's room, who doesn't live here anymore, but I decorated it with his collection of let me see if I.
Oh, wow.
These are some of his GI Joes. I was into GI Joes when I was a kid, so the old ones that I had, I gave him.
Okay. I think Meyer Greenblatt is probably shitting his pants right now. It's just like unbelievable. And everything's so tastefully displayed and so creatively displayed with those archive editions behind. It's so great. I'm really impressed. I've never seen a display. Well, I had a friend that had an unbelievable collection, but he didn't display it very tastefully. He displayed it like a mental patient, but he had a unbelievable collection. He had original Reynold Brown paintings, but he passed away.
Oh yeah, I've heard you talk about him.
Yeah,
yes.
Tom Renoni. Yeah. Myers says he's speechless. Yeah, damn fine job on these displays, says Library 88. And Myers says a Kubel wagon.
Yes.
Am I saying that right?
Yeah, I actually have the German one. This is the American amphibious car. But you're right. I have the German one. I actually have a lot more of this collection that I'm going to put on display in the basement because I've just run out of room in my son's.
Yeah. Yeah. What are your other floors like? I'm wondering.
Yeah. I mean, well, in fact, I'll show you some of the music collection.
Yeah. Because there's so many channels that I watch that's just all comic books. And I think, well, what else do you guys listen to? And it's like, well, I listen to Journey. It's like, or Supertramp. It's like, oh man, if there's so much out there, it's like, man does not live by comic books alone. You gotta be an omnivore, and collect everything. That's amazing. That's great. It's hanging from the ceiling. Perfect.
And then I also have several military comic books framed, hanging in here as well. These were comics of mine.
Oh man, that's great. Okay, Gotham City Comics. Kevin at Gotham City Comics is asking. He's saying, I can't find him on here, meaning you, and that's because if you type in Dr. Phibes, it's a popular movie. You're going to get a lot of kinds of stuff. So what you got to do, pause on that Sergeant Rock. I'm going to go to my camera.
Sure.
Okay, so what you do is you go to the chat, right? And then that's how I had to do it just now. You go back to where Dr. Phibes was talking earlier, and I'll show you. I mean, it's okay. So there's Dr. Phibes. You click on Dr. Phibes, and then it pops up, go to channel. So I click on go to channel, And you got Dr. Phibes, still only 4 subscribers. I don't know why you haven't. He has 2 videos. Well, looks like you have 2 videos up. It looks like one about the moon and one about Lincoln.
Those are
But
two
if you
songs.
go to
Those are two
what?
songs that the band I was in did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought they were like historical or scientific. And so then you go to his playlist, and that's where you find all this. But I've got to listen to his music. Now, anyway, I will go back to you, and there we go. Great stuff.
This is,
wow.
I've got several autographs. You know, I've gone to like the conventions where several of the Lost in Space and, you know, what have you. Kevin McCarthy from Invasion of the Body Snatchers, and list goes on. That's how I got all my autographs, is basically going to conventions. But in my son's room, he was really, really big into the military as a kid. He also was into reenacting, World War II reenacting. And now he's actually just finished his career as he was an Olympic skier. He lives in Utah, Park City, Utah. Wow. He was on the U.S. ski team. He was a freestyle jumper. And here's another comic that's framed. Ernest Borgnine's autograph.
I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, but I'm still listening. I just won't be able to answer if you ask me anything.
Sure. Here's our little guy. So I'm going to head to the music area. Here's another poster. Another poster for Phantom of the Opera. And then we'll go to some of the music.
Okay, I'm back. Okay.
So we'll take a quick look at some of the. When I was a kid, I was a big Beatles collector, and I've collected Beatles memorabilia most of my life. These are some lobby cards, Mexican lobby cards for the movies. Let It Be, Yellow Submarine, Help, Hard Day's Night. That's an original child's gas mask from World War II.
Oh, wow. Okay, Gotham City Comics is trying to find your channel. I guess I could send you a link like on Instagram, Kevin. Maybe that would, or maybe I can think of a video that has an, oh, okay, maybe I've got an idea. There might be a video with a real distinctive name that Dr. Phibes has up that you could find him by. So let me try that.
Ringo Starr's autograph.
Oh, yeah.
Astrid Kirchner. She's the woman that took some of the early photographs of the Beatles, as well as dated Stu Sutcliffe, who died of a brain tumor.
Right.
This is their tailor designed their suits. And then up this way, we've got, here's some more comics that are Beatle related. Of course, the Batman.
Oh, yeah, right.
The Marvel that came out, I think, in '78.
I think, Kevin, what you should do is type in The Moon, Dr. Phibes, or Lincoln Dr. Phibes. If you type in those words, it will narrow it down probably to this Dr. Phibes and not the Vincent Price Dr. Phibes. Or you could wait till maybe tomorrow morning and I could send you a link to his channel. I don't know. I think maybe I'm given more options on clicking on people in chat and going to chat. I never had that before until my wife paid for this. Well, actually, you have that paid subscription too, Kevin. So it seems like maybe it's because I do the show. I can click on people and go to their channels. Maybe because I don't know how it works, to be honest with you. Oh, well, look at all this. So, yeah, that Strange Tales, that was always great with the beetle wigs on the thing in Human Torch.
Yeah, the red-headed beetle of 1000 BC.
Yeah, I have that issue too.
And then I also I did photography for some of the bands. I did some photography for Adrian Belew, who used to be with King Crimson. He also did a lot of work with David Bowie.
Yeah.
Donovan's autograph.
Wow.
Love and Rockets. I did some photography for them.
Oh, he says he found you. Good. Oh, wow. Look at this. So we're getting into the music area.
Yeah, this is the music area. This right here is an original animation cell from the movie Yellow Submarine.
Wow. It's amazing how this all ties together, because Meyer was just showing a Yellow Submarine corgi.
Yeah, I saw that. In fact, and this, of course, is Emerson Lake and Palmer, and also the autograph of right here of H.R. Giger, who, of course, designed Alien and won an Oscar for the movie Alien. And he also did the Debbie Harry album cover where she has the nails going through her face.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that was a Giger. And then I've got the Yellow Submarine corgi in here somewhere. And there's the game, Flip Your Wig, in the background.
Oh, yeah. This is like a museum, seriously.
Well, thanks.
Oh, you've got a butcher cover. Of course you've got a butcher cover.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
So I used to do some photography for the band The Moody Blues. And do that, yeah. And I've got a lot of, let's see. Well, here's my son with Ravi Shankar. He's the one that's the skier.
Wow.
And
so does your son appreciate all of this stuff?
Yes. Yeah, he does.
Because a lot of people that have kids, they rebel and they don't like all the cool stuff. And
you're right. And of course, the question that we all have, all of us collectors, is what are you going to do when it gets time to, when you know that the end is near? And it's like, it's just, one of those things that's hard to think about.
Yeah.
Because I'm like you. I find it very difficult to let it go.
Yeah, my wife knows she won't throw it in the dumpster. I was always hoping she'd get a hold of other four-color fossils and but or call
Yeah.
Kevin at Gotham City Comics or something, but
Now these puppets here are from the Czech Republic when we went to Prague.
oh wow.
I want to build like a little theater and have them on display in this like little theater box.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is so this right here, even though it's an ugly poster, and I don't care for John Sinclair actually, but it's quite rare and worth quite a bit. And this was a concert, Freedom Rally concert that was performed in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and John Lennon, Yoko Ono, and then several. Bob Seger was there. I think Ted Nugent. A lot of different bands performed at this concert. And these are contracts. These are copies, but I did actually get to meet the attorneys and the guys that put this whole concert together, and they signed them all. And they told me, they said, nobody's ever asked for a copy of the contract. They said, you're the only one that's ever asked. So he said, there's not a lot of these around. He said, in fact, only myself, and he says, I have some copies made, but I thought they were interesting. It shows what they got paid. It shows all the details of that concert. This is Moody Blues autograph to me, and that's the invite to their Christmas party. So I went to their Christmas party every year. I did that for 9 years in England. It was in Surrey, England.
Wow. Okay.
101st Airborne.
Oh my gosh. This is all tying together. John Goris and Kevin at Gotham City Comics loving this, and then Myers loving the Airborne, you know. I mean, it's just like all so perfectly ties together. I was just about to end the stream, and it's like, no, I think I'll stay on. And I'm so glad I did. Look at all this.
So I'll just show you a few more. Here's some more.
Have you ever been to the House on the Rock? Do you know what
No.
that is?
No, I haven't.
But you know what it is?
No, I don't.
Oh, it's like some guy's amazing collection in this house. I'll talk about it on a future show. It's up in I think Wisconsin, maybe. There are videos on YouTube about it. It's people consider it the best roadside attraction in the United States. House on the Rock. Look it up.
I'm interested. So this poster here, as well as a few others that I have, and then I have some that are rolled up, I got at a Beatles show that was in Argentina.
Oh,
I went to Argentina for a couple of months, and I went down there and actually was training firefighter paramedics.
Oh my gosh!
And,
what must your place look like at Christmas time?
It's I tell you, Halloween and Christmas, it's insane. It's crazy. In fact, we have an annual Halloween party, and I have a giant screen that I set up outside, and I show an old classic couple of films, and it's a good time. Everybody dresses up. You and your wife have to come.
How far is where is I'm starting to figure, where is Michigan?
I'm not too far from you.
I mean, I guess you figured I don't really live in Virginia. I don't know if you or do you? I don't know.
No, where is it that you're at?
I'm actually in Iowa.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That's all, kayfabe or whatever they call it. Because it's a place we almost moved to, this old hotel in a place called Rural Retreat, Virginia. It's actually a lot like the town we wound up in, this hotel that was built before the Civil War. But then I realized, and it was for sale for $99,000. It was 4 floors and probably I think it was 5 floors. But then when I finally had someone go in and look at it for me, it turned out it was in holes in the roof, and it would just, it wasn't move-in ready, let's say that. But I would have loved to live in Virginia because it's almost like old elephants return to their birthplace. I was born in Texas, but I have Robert E. Lee as an ancestor of mine. So it's like I should go back to Virginia now that I'm old and decrepit. But let's see what people are saying here. Gotham City's super impressed by your skeletons, and he says that house is cool. They don't have houses like that out here in Arizona. No, I don't think so. But well, they're not going to have
nice.
basements.
We've got 15 acres.
Whoa, man.
Yeah, it's nice. You know what? I did not have this set up at all for my office, but I'll give you a sneak peek because I want to really kind of get all the lighting and everything all set up properly.
It looks pretty cool.
But let me show you
I swear this has got to be better than Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah. Well, for us collectors, we love. Well, but yeah, right now my office is a mess, and let me just kind of give you an idea of. So I've got a lot of, and I've got lights that, like I say, I would have had this all set up if I was.
I can tell that you're not a retired teacher living on a stipend.
I am a retired firefighter paramedic.
Oh, really? Maybe the photography for the rock bands paid pretty well. How did you afford all this? Are you secretly like Breaking Bad or something?
No, I guess I was frugal and smart with my money, and
which I wasn't. But I have to. It's people in the military. You say I respect your service, but what do you say to firefighters and paramedics? Because I respect your. That's an incredible profession.
People say the same thing. It does apply. It still applies because it is a service of duty. And in fact, this is my dress uniform.
Oh, cool!
Yeah,
that's neat.
Yeah, that's and I've got a goofy mask on him, but that's my dress uniform.
I've been wondering what should I do with my father's old uniforms, and you've inspired me.
Yeah, you need to get yourself a mannequin and put a really cool dress military uniform on one of them.
Oh my gosh. Except that was yours. Putting a grinning skull on my father's might be a little tasteless, but
yeah, perhaps
I'll figure out some maybe like a John Wayne mask or something.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, let me get a few other lights, but yeah, I wanted to.
So it really doesn't end. The whole house is cool.
The whole house, yeah. And I'm going to do the basement as well. I'm going to have the basement looking really cool.
What does it look like now?
Right now, the basement is just mainly storage.
Oh, okay.
Let me just turn on a couple more lights. So,
can we see the basement just so we know what it looked like before and after?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, let me just.
Is that a life-size thing in front of us there, or is that I'm having trouble sense of scale right now.
I'll show you the scale. No, it's okay. So, hang on, let me get this blinking.
Everybody's freaking out in the chat.
So here's my hand.
Oh, okay, all right. Kevin also thanks you for your service.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's like the size of a dwarf. A small child, infant.
Yeah, it's a sideshow. They called it a premium statue.
Yeah. So that I walked with a zombie's got to be a big one too.
Yeah, that's I love that poster, and I obviously I'm a big fan of Vincent Price. And
my friend Tom that passed away had a pre-release Frankenstein poster. No, Bride of Frankenstein, where the Bride of Frankenstein didn't look, like, with the big hair and everything. It was just, and who knows what that's worth. He was, he sold a couple of paintings and bought this incredible house because before he was kind of almost just living in different people's sofas while he had all this stuff in storage. And he sold the original painting of for 1 million years BC with Raquel Welch, the iconic pose with her hands
Oh,
kind of out.
absolutely.
He had that original painting, and then original painting for some World War II recruiting poster where the guy's firing a machine gun. And he just sold those two things from his collection and had a house to live in.
I bet he hated to let those go.
Yeah, but he had so much. I have never even aware a creature, a little puppet like that existed.
Here's my Corgi. I got 2 of the Corgi Batmobiles.
Yeah, mine.
One of those zip, you put the little thing in there and you pull it.
Yeah.
The plastic long string kind of thing. You pull it, and it takes off. That's what that other Batmobile is.
Is that your childhood Corgi on the
both of
right?
them? Yeah, both of them are.
Yeah, mine's missing a wheel and is in pretty bad shape. It had some play time.
Yeah. So let me just show you real quick. You'll see the before and after then of the basement.
Now, do you live near Detroit, or do you live in a?
Yes, I'm 60 miles away from Detroit.
Well, that's pretty far.
Yeah, far enough.
It's kind of safe enough.
Exactly.
But it looks, I see these pictures of what Detroit looked like 70, 80 years ago. It was so beautiful.
It was amazing. And it's
like it was like it was hit like Hiroshima or something.
Absolutely. Yeah. No,
do you mind me asking what city that theater you lived in was in?
That was in the city of Flint, which is
Flint.
Also like, Flint's like a mini Detroit.
Right. That was the Roger and Me. Yeah, I saw that movie. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's where I was a firefighter paramedic, was in Flint. So It was high volume of fires and calls. I mean, shooting, stabbings, you name it.
Man.
Mini Detroit.
You had it rougher than most combat veterans.
Oh, it was insane. I couldn't even begin to guess how many shootings, stabbings, you name it. I've seen everything. There's nothing I haven't seen as far as trauma, decapitations, people just completely mashed, whatever.
Yeah, my oldest brother came back from the army, and it's like I don't want to go see that. He didn't like monster movies anymore. It's just that, well, okay, here's where the movies are.
Yeah, yeah. So, and my collection is primarily old stuff. I would say from the 1970s, mid 70s back is my favorite time period, and that's my collection. I do have a few from the later period, but not many, because I'm not a big fan of horror films, that are, done in the 2000s,
right?
The 90s. There's, like I said, there's a few in between, but very few. I love all the old stuff.
Yeah, that's how I feel about all culture, movies, music, just about everything. That time period is what I prefer.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, this is going to be, in fact, you can see there's a lot of my percussion. I have all kinds of percussion. I've got some guitars as well, but mainly I'm a drummer.
You're a drummer?
Yeah.
So in the bands that we listen to, you would be the drummer, or
with a little bit of acoustic guitar. I do some acoustic on those, some backing vocals, and all the percussion. Yep. And in fact, this is where I have a collection of World War II and Vietnam memorabilia that would blow you away. I mean, I have a whole trailer out back that's full of original World War II and Vietnam, web gear, uniforms, helmets, you name it.
Is the trailer like a trailer? Is it in storage, or is it like where you can go into the trailer and see it on display?
No, it's basically, it's all kind of stored in this trailer. It's an enclosed trailer. But at some point, I will have that on display down here. I'm going to put a lot of it. I've got some really rare helmets. I've got rare uniforms, some really rare guns. You know, you name it. I've got an incredible collection of military, and I have some stuff from other countries, but primarily American.
So that's a project. The basement's a project. It's going to be that. And
Yes.
didn't you say something else was going to be put in the basement?
Well, mainly what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this basement up. Part of it, half of it's going to be military, and a table where I'm going to do a train set with a diorama, and then the other half I'm going to do where I can have a studio where I can actually play music, have friends come over, we can do some
that's
recording.
what you were talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
So do you have do you have a current band?
No, I do not.
But you have enough friends that play different instruments where they could form a band.
Yeah. In fact, I'm hoping that we can get some friends together and actually play some music at this year's Halloween party.
You know what you should do is stream your Halloween party on the StreamYard. That would be incredible.
Yeah, that'd be fun. That would be fun.
Then you'd have a record of the whole thing, the music and everything. It would be really neat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good idea.
And you really need to do, if you are so inclined, a YouTube channel. I would watch every episode. I can't wait till Spinner Rack Studios, if he's not watching now, I don't think he is, but when he watches this video, because he's got a really nice house too, but he's a comic collector, but he's also a huge Christmas and Halloween memorabilia collector, and he has his house set up most years. I don't think he did this year just because of stuff going on, but it's a wonderland. And
very cool. I'd love to see it.
He's going to be impressed with all of this. And,
so my wife is really big into Christmas decorating. So we turn this into an amazing Christmas decoration. So let me show you this then. Now that you mentioned that, this is kind of a cool thing. This is a Curiosities, and let me just get the lights on. Let me just turn on.
Oh, wow. An old friend of mine runs a Curiosities store in Dallas called, what is it called? Maybe it is called, no, I don't think it's called Curiosities. But anyway, his name is Jason Cohen, and he has a really great store with a lot of this kind of stuff. You'd love his store.
So during Halloween, we fill this china cabinet up with usually skulls or something that's horrific. And then we put a lot more stuff that's Halloween oriented into this.
Yeah. You know what would be great is if you and your wife do the channel on YouTube and film videos and show stuff in your collection. It would be gigantic, and it would also help a lot of guys because they'd see, oh, there's a woman that likes this stuff. Because so many of the guys are stuck everything in the garage, or it's all in the basement, or it's like you got one room and you cram everything. It's most.
Oh, absolutely. You're right. I have a friend who is a retired police officer. He has the most amazing poster collection that, I mean, you just can't even imagine. It's just incredible. And he's got this massive big house that's beautiful, and everything has to be in the basement. He cannot hang a single. I mean, he's even got an original Basil Gagos painting of Frankenstein that goes in the basement. Now his basement's finished and it looks nice, but again, very limited. There's not much space down there. And his wife does not like any of that stuff. And he was telling me, he says, you're so lucky that you have a wife that's into this, because she goes to the conventions with me. and enjoys it. And his wife, she wants nothing to do with it.
My wife likes it, but you know, I kind of put everything up and didn't really give her much say in it. So I hear that every so often that comes up and I get shit about it. It's like, well, I left the attic for you. Like, I don't know, but I mean, she likes it, but
Yeah, your house
so
is
I'm
like a
really
museum.
blessed. But you know, it's nice when there, because there's not a lot of it's like a woman that likes the Three Stooges. They're out there. You just gotta they're out there, but it's just there's
Right.
and my wife likes the Three Stooges. It's got to be a little bit of a tomboy, or maybe a little bit of goth, or you know, mixture, just right, you know, and not too much insanity, because that happens with some women that are that combination. It's just where you just got to find just the right one. But
Right.
you know,
No,
but if you've got a wonderful woman and they make you put everything in the basement, I guess, you know, it's not going to be the end of the world. I mean, yes.
absolutely. And you've got me on that one. So my wife doesn't care for the Three Stooges. My son and I both love them, but she doesn't care
Well,
for them.
that's okay.
But I
Yeah.
love them.
Yeah, my mom didn't understand it at all. She didn't
No.
want me watching it. She thought I'd emulate everything they did, and who knows, maybe I would have, but I
You know,
don't think I would have.
it's funny because when you say that, I can actually tell a story where we were playing the Three Stooges, and it ended up costing my poor mom, I think it was like $200 back in the early 70s, because we were playing Three Stooges and my brother accidentally knocked a kid's tooth out, his front tooth.
Ooh.
And it had to be replaced, and we had to pay for it, of course. And we were just kids, but yeah, we were doing Three Stooges.
Yeah.
So it could happen.
Yeah. My, you know, more and more I realized that some of the stuff my mom said were you know, had validity.
Sure.
I mean, she didn't like me reading Dennis the Menace comics because she was afraid I'd pick up his, you know, incorrect grammar. But, anyway.
So now, what subject did you teach?
I was an English teacher.
Okay.
So it didn't affect me that much. But you know, all you do is make the kid want it more, and then they are still buying it when they're, you know, pushing 60.
Sure. Yeah, we have
and then they have every Three Stooges short ever made, you know, in all these different formats.
We have several teachers in my family, and in fact, my wife's sister, who's coming here in a week, she's a teacher.
Yeah.
But so anyway, I don't want to, you know, I know you were getting ready to wrap things up, and I don't want to bore you.
At this point, I'm fully, I can't even go up into the attic or open the door. That's where the master bedroom is, which really I have hardly ever shown it on here, but I can't go up there for 55 minutes because it'll, you know, the dog will follow me, she'll bark, and it will screw up her phone calls. So
okay.
You can hang out for a little while longer if you can. I mean, are you fully retired, and are you doing?
No, I'm still working. So after I retired from the fire department, I got a job with a university, Concordia University in Ann Arbor, and I'm their environmental health and safety officer.
Oh.
So I'm basically like the MyOSHA guy. You know, I'm the one that, I'm the guy that kind of enforces all the safety rules.
Right.
Yeah. And it's an okay job. It's boring. It's incredibly boring, but you know, going from you know, being a firefighter paramedic in the city of Flint to being in a small Christian college in Ann Arbor, it's a big difference.
I've heard of Concordia. Is that a school where people can take classes online, or?
Yes, it's also it's a small Lutheran school.
Okay.
And they're they have them throughout the United States. And it just, I was looking for work after I retired, and it was right up my alley. So that's what I've been doing for the last 10 years.
When I hear Lutheran, I immediately think Davy and Goliath.
Yeah, that's exactly what I told them when I was being interviewed. I said, "Do you know anything about the Lutheran Church?" And I grew up not Lutheran, but I grew up going to church, and I said, well, the first thing I think of is Davy and Goliath.
Did they know what that was?
Yes. In fact, my boss who was interviewing me, he's the same age that I am. He laughed. He said, oh, yeah, I watched it too as a kid. Oh, yeah, we watched it every Sunday morning.
Oh, yeah. Do you mind giving us close-up views of the shelves of all the medical stuff?
Sure.
Yeah, because I think people would love to see all this stuff.
Sure. Hang on. Let me get my glasses on. Everything's blurry right now.
Dang.
Okay. Well, this is kind of neat. This is an old book from Detroit from the 1930s.
That is so neat. You know what my wife collects is old vintage makeup and cosmetics. So she has a collecting bug herself. It's unbelievable what that city used to look like.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a shame that it was just destroyed in the 60s. But yeah, my wife and I, we love antiques. We love a lot of old things. And let's see, this is an old recipe book from 1896. Oh, it's a receipt book.
Yeah.
Receipt book. Yeah, it's just let's see, there's another one. There's some old ointments. It's a Meerschaum pipe. The old dreaded castor oil. So this is kind of there's a story behind, let's see, that Pepsi bottle right there.
Okay.
When I was a kid, I was in my great uncle's attic. I was painting upstairs, and I decided to go look in the attic to see if I could find anything that was old, because even as a kid, I was into collecting. And sure enough, I found this old Pepsi bottle. And apparently when the guys were up there roofing back in the early 50s, one of them left his bottle up in the attic.
Wow.
And that's what that's from.
That's neat.
And this bottle here is actually a Michigan beer company, the one that has the ripped up label. I found that in an old house in between when I was overhauling a house that had been caught on fire. I was actually had put the fire out, and so we had to open up the walls to get the hot spots. And I saw this old bottle in there, and I pulled it out. It's from a town in Frankenmuth, Michigan.
What is that? A can, like a burlesque girl or something? I can't make it out.
That is a beer can.
Oh. Okay. Never seen that before.
Yep. This is a pipe that I bought when I was in London. Like I said, I've been there 9 times. In fact, my wife and I, we got married in Scotland in a 14th century castle. Yeah, I cut the cake with a sword. It was awesome. But this is a Sherlock Holmes pipe.
Yeah.
That I bought across the street from Harrods, the famous Harrods in London.
I kind of feel like I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning and this will all be a dream. It's like I actually ended the show and you never came on. That's one thing I have. I have that little pumpkin noisemaker. I have one just like that.
Those are very rare.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I have the same design. It might be slightly different.
Yeah, they're quite collectible. We found that in an old house from the 1930s.
Yeah.
And then some of this medical stuff was actually cleared out of my father-in-law's office. He was a doctor. He's retired. And yeah, some of this stuff was his. There's another Meerschaum pipe.
Where do you keep the comic books that you do have?
I'll show you.
Oh, okay. But I mean, not rushing you because I'm enjoying this.
This was brought back from China, and inside this is another ball that was carved out.
Oh,
it's unique.
Was it brought back from China by yourself or someone else?
Actually, no, it was a friend who went over there. I've never been to China. I've been a lot of places. I've been to Italy, Germany, Scotland, England.
You sure you weren't secretly a James Bond kind of spy on the side? Because it's like you've been everywhere. It's just.
We traveled a lot. Hey, these are opera glasses. Let me pull them out. There we go.
Well,
yeah, I've done a lot of traveling. Been to Morocco.
Partly with the bands that you were involved with?
No. Well, the bands, as far as I was involved with the Moody Blues, and so that was what brought me to England 9 times. But the other traveling, South America, I did that with, I trained some firefighters down in Argentina, different cities in Argentina. And then the rest of it was basically vacation type traveling. My wife went to school in Paris, so she showed me all around Paris, and she can speak French, so it was really nice. And that's where we actually got engaged. Was in Paris.
You guys are like my heroes. You're like the ultimate collectors. This is, to me, this is as good as looking at Forrest J. Ackerman's mansion, you know?
Oh, here's, you remember these, of course, the old cigarette cases that, you know, people would keep their cigarettes in.
Yeah.
And of course, you being my age, you know, you remember when everybody had an ashtray in their house.
Oh, of course, yeah.
You know, it was just it was the norm, and it really sucked for me because I had asthma as a kid.
Yeah.
And my grandparents smoked, my mom smoked, everybody smoked, and my doctor smoked.
Yeah. At a certain point, my parents started going outside to smoke. I don't know when that was. And then I remember in the late 70s, they bought these, like from K-Tel, these smokeless ashtrays that pulled the smoke in and supposedly cycled it through.
Yeah. And then there's some old cameras that were my grandfather's. And then this last one was mine that I had since 1978. Canon 81. So I'll show you. Yeah, my wife actually just left this afternoon. I took her to the airport. She went out to California to visit family. So I'm here by myself. But I just recently pulled some of these out. I normally have them tucked away, and so let me just pull out a few. Let's see what. So yeah, these are some of the.
Yeah. Is that, what issue is that? Is
that one is number 3.
Yeah, I think I actually have that issue. It's amazing.
What else do I have? This one is number 163. A lot of the world's finest. Let's see. I mean, you've got your collection is just unbelievable.
Well, I feel like mine is not as great as some of the people I associate with on YouTube.
Oh yeah, Graphic Man.
Yeah, some of them have. I mean, I've tried over the years, but I was distracted by collecting many different things, and some of them they've always just collected one thing. They were all focused on that one thing. So
yeah, no, I really enjoyed watching your show. I like you going through all the old comics and the music. I love the music in the background.
I do that more. It would be a completely music oriented show, but you get these copyright claims, and if you have any Beatles playing, they won't even let you upload the show. I went into this place that had all these exotic soft drinks imported from everywhere, and in Arlington, Texas, and they had a Beatles song playing, and it's just like, this will not upload to YouTube. But usually it'll just say copyright claim, and that means they'll let you upload it, but you can never make money with it if you ever got over 1,000 subscribers, and they won't let it play in Russia, North Korea, Iran, or Cuba or something like that. I always wonder, why are they punishing those countries? But Myers says Dr. Phibes has impeccable taste.
I'll tell him thank you. I love his channel as well. You know, in fact, it was through your channel. You've turned me on to all these other guys that I belong to their channels now.
How did you stumble on my channel?
It just came up. It was I was looking at different comic book stuff, and all of a sudden your channel came up, and then I saw your collection. I saw you in your house, and I was just like, oh my God, this is a guy that's, you know, he's after my own heart, man. This is an awesome home. I mean, the jukeboxes that you have, the pinball machines, all of the retro, you know, pop culture everywhere you look, stuff on the walls, you know, just everywhere.
Did I see a jukebox in your music area?
No, I do not have one.
Oh,
wish I did, but no, I do not have a jukebox. So yeah, these are just.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, let's see.
This is a very well curated collection you've got. Did you buy these all individually, or did you luck into a whole bunch of them at once?
Both. The bronze that I have, I bought. Most of this, I bought like collections from people later.
Okay.
Because this stuff right here, yeah, a lot of this stuff is from the 60s, as you know. And so some of it I got from an uncle. And other, there was a guy that when I was a kid, there was a guy that was selling a bunch of comics from our church. And so my grandmother took me there, and she, you know, and I was begging her, oh, Grandma. She says, well, which comics do you like? I said, all of them. So for me, I wasn't really big when I was a kid. I wasn't big into the comedy ones, and like the Archie, all of these Huckleberry Hound, all of the Duck stuff. I wasn't into that. But now, of course, as I'm older, I love the stuff. I appreciate all of it.
Yeah.
You know, I love the artwork. But as a kid, I was only really into the horror, the sci-fi, the superhero, of course. I loved anything that was superhero, and the military. I loved the military and the Westerns, which I don't have hardly any of those. But that was what I was into as a kid. I wasn't into these, but I took them anyway. You know, I mean, I would never say no to a comic.
Yeah.
I don't care what it was.
The reason I asked this, this looks like a vintage collection from that time period. Like this all came from one person almost.
Yeah, some of this stuff did. Some of like the Dennis the Menace was from my uncle.
Yeah.
And but yeah, again, you know, and anything old now, I totally appreciate. And I love watching the Four Fossil show, all of that stuff. You know, when you guys are going through, it doesn't matter. Donald Duck, Mickey Mouse, any of them, I enjoy it.
Are you still in the basement, or did you move to a? No, you went up.
Yeah, I'm up. I'm upstairs now. I'm actually back into my office.
Right. Okay. That is so great.
But yeah, I've got a few boxes, and I've got a lot of other stuff too. I've got some of the Warren magazines, you know, some of the Tombs of Terror and what have you, horror tales. I love that stuff. I've got some of the famous monster magazines.
Yeah.
I've got a lot of music magazines from when I was a kid, a lot of Beatles and so forth, other bands.
Were you into the band The Cramps?
Yeah. Yeah, I like the Cramps.
They collected the same stuff we collect. And
oh, absolutely.
I'm sure you've probably seen videos on YouTube of the interior of their home.
I have not seen the interior of their home. No.
Oh, yeah.
I have not. I'll have to check that out. In fact, I've got a lot of...
There's a great home tour. Let's see. I'll try to send you a link, or it'd probably be pretty easy to find. Also, Tesco V, who was in the Meat Men, has a monster toy collection and space toy collection, unlike anything I've ever seen in his basement. And there's a video on YouTube that shows that, and you will be astonished by that. In fact, I could probably, find it and kind of show a little bit of it at the end of the show. I could mirror that screen just so everyone listening could find these videos.
Yeah. It's again, I'm not into the band Metallica, but their lead guitarist, Kirk, I can't think of his name right now. Yes, he's got, as you know, an amazing collection. I mean, he's been on tour with it, and he's put out a book of his collection. Just incredible. He's got some of the really, really high-end stuff. You know, the posters that are worth, $10 million and so on.
Right. I agree with you. I've never been into the band, but yeah, I know that he's someone to respect as far as that. In fact, my friend Tom, who passed away, had the grandmother from Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and Kirk Hammett was in negotiations to buy it. I don't know that my friend wanted to sell it, but yeah, he's a big time collector. So is Glenn Danzig.
Yes. In fact, he played at the Capitol when I was living there, and I met him.
Rob Zombie. I'm trying to think of other people into all that stuff.
Yep. Again, I'm not a fan of Rob Zombie's music, but
some of the early stuff I was. But yeah, he's gotten to be horrible, and his movies are horrible and everything, I think.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of his movies either. I wish I was. I like the fact that he loves the old stuff, but I just can't get into his movies.
He ruined the Munsters. I mean, I watch it. I understand what he's trying to do. He added color. He was trying to make it look like Basil Gogos's painting style with the different color lights coming from different angles and everything, but it just didn't work because it wasn't funny. And the Munsters is supposed to be funny, and that guy's sense of humor is like fart jokes.
Yeah, exactly. And then
it's basically too much marijuana is what happens. And your mind is gone. Let's see. Library 88 says, "Oh, nice Archie 115 with Pink Harry Lucy cover." I was just about wonder. I've never seen that pink cover. I don't think I have.
Let me grab it.
No,
Anyway,
I mean,
these are.
no, I saw it. I saw it
Oh, okay.
when you showed it, but I meant I've never seen. I was wondering. I've never seen one with a pink background until tonight. Yeah, yeah. Usually it's red or blue in the background.
Okay. These right here are what they are. Is they're cups. They're for mate, and in Argentina, everybody sips this stuff, and it's like a tea basically, but they claim it has like a tobacco, so it gives you a little bit of a sensation. It's not so much of a high, but it does affect you like tobacco does.
Oh.
And so this is kind of a funny story. When I went to Argentina, the customary thing to do is what they'll put mate in here. They add hot water, and then they pass this around, and everybody takes a sip from the same metal straw. And you can see this like a little filter.
Oh.
So anyway, needless to say, I'm there, and this guy drinks from it. The next guy drinks from it, and then the next guy. And the guy that drank from it right before me, he smiles. And I've never seen more rotten teeth in my life. I mean, they were just filthy, caked with food. It was the grossest thing. And then he hands it to me. And of course, I got to suck it up. You know, what am I going to do? Say no? So I just, put the straw in my mouth and drank some of it.
Doesn't mate in Spanish mean kill or kill them or something? Or am I wrong?
No, I don't. Actually, I don't know. I don't know.
I'd have to ask my wife. Seems like I went to a Christian haunted house where they have all these scenarios where, bad things are happening. And one was like a drug deal gone bad. And the guy's going, matalo, matalo. I thought that and I was told that means kill them. It's just
okay. Now, is your wife Latino?
Yeah, that was her first language. She's yeah.
Okay.
But
Mexican?
she has no accent, and you would never know it. But
is she,
yes,
is she Mexican?
No, well, she's half Honduran, half Irish, but her mother, got an extreme accent.
Okay, because my grandparents on my father's side are from Mexico.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She favors more the Irish side as far as her looks, but she speaks Spanish fluently. She learned English by watching Warner Brothers cartoons, and then when she was brought to Los Angeles, to start school, they're calling roll, and she says, "What's up, Doc?" instead of "here."
That's
and
great.
The teacher got mad at her because she thought that's how you greeted people. "What's up, Doc?"
That's too bad.
I'm watching cartoons.
Yeah,
Look
that's
at
a great
this.
story. So I used to be able to. I really can't speak much of it anymore. But when I was real little, I could, because I spent a lot more time with my grandparents. But my mom and father got divorced when I was 4, and but they all spoke obviously fluent Spanish. I mean, all the kids did, as well as my grandparents, as I said, were from Mexico, but they made sure that their kids were bilingual. So I have a lot of aunts and uncles, and they are all bilingual. And I was when I was real little, but then again, I wasn't around it as much, so I lost it.
Have you seen the videos inside Kevin's store, Gotham City Comics?
Oh, yes.
Isn't that amazing? I know you must love that.
I do. In fact, I'm planning on buying some stuff from him.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, and I was going to definitely give you credit. I was going to tell him, "Hey, Kevin, I know about your store because of Gratu."
Yeah, because he has so much. He's so nice to have so much stuff on hold for me. It's like I want to bring him customers, so I don't look like a complete jerk to him.
Yeah, no, I plan on it. And like I say, I wanted to give credit where credit is due, because Yeah, I would have never known about him had it not been for you. And it's got an amazing store. And I figure, hey, instead of buying it from somebody I don't know or some other place, I'd rather give him my business.
Yeah.
He seems like a really nice guy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, your collection is just incredible. And at some point I'd like to break out some of my old books, some of my old vintage comics and stuff, and be kind of fun to sit and talk about them, and even movies. Sit and talk about some movies and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. I'm trying to find something here. Yeah, that creature puppet, I've never seen that before.
He's probably from, I think, the early 2000s. He's not real old.
Oh, he's not from the 60s.
No.
Just done in that style.
Yeah, done in that style. I got him at a Monster Bash convention.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna share a screen for a second.
Sure.
Just to show you this. I'm not going to show all of it, but let's see.
Okay, so we're here with Tesco V, and we're about to take a trip through his legendary toy room. Here's some.
Can't go wrong with Satan, kids. Don't forget.
Wow, that's incredible.
Your daddy Lucifer is your friend. Just pick this guy up, the devilish man. I'm rather fond of him. Look at that. What's better than
look for
than
Tesco V's toy room for insane vintage toy collection. It's 31 minutes long, and it's just he's got to be the premier collector in this country. I don't think anyone, maybe Kirk Hammett has. It's just all there down in his basement and everything you can imagine. And
the first thing the kid did when he got it was
very cool.
He went to the casino and played bingo.
Yeah, new stuff.
And
me and my brother probably have the most.
Where's he located? Do you know?
Man, I'm thinking he actually could be in Michigan. He has something on Facebook called Tesco V's Toy Mafia. I don't know. Something's telling me he lives in Michigan. I don't know. But it's incredible. And then if you type in, let's see, Cramps home tour. There's different variations of this same interview that was like on some show. Problem is, I hope the music doesn't create a problem with copyright claims.
I got help to push back.
We got help.
Oh, shut up.
Where the secret world is.
That's what I mean. Anyway,
we always wanted to play at a mental institution because we've always had a problem with audiences not being quite what we'd like them to be, and those people just got right into it. When we played there, 16 of the inmates escaped, and it was a big deal, and other people found out about it in other mental institutions, and we have tried to play some places since then, but it just hasn't happened. We played Dallas one time, and the band before us played 6 Jimi Hendrix songs, and then we played, and then the band after us played the same 6 Jimi Hendrix songs, and then we didn't get paid, and then when we left, 3 cars followed us and tried to run us off the road. I never drop my trousers on stage. It's never happened before. It's a completely made up lie.
Filthy rumor.
I'm a pretty nice guy. Everyone says that.
I drive the 56 Dodge. It has a D500 engine, which is the largest. It's the first Chrysler Hemi engine. It's the largest engine ever made. This is my favorite cologne. This is what I wear. It's Atom Bomb perfume. That's why I'm so exclusive.
This here is our Liberace hot nut dispenser.
Agra, some Belgian cigarettes. Looks like me on the cover of one of our hit singles.
Okay, this is proof that the Cramps have got culture. We have this beautiful original artwork by Wally Wood here. It's a logo for Mad Magazine, which was never used. A beautiful little number by him. He's dead now. He died in Los Angeles recently, shot himself in the head.
I'm the queen of rock and roll, and for this to not be recognized is pure sexism.
The name of the album is Stay Sick, and the reason that we called it Stay Sick is because we're sick and tired of rock and roll getting such a good name and being so respectable. People are they're feeding starving people, and the good things happening in rock and roll like happen in the regular world, and we don't like that. We'd like to keep it unhealthy and sick like it's supposed to be. It can't be rock and roll unless it is, and it's not. Well,
It's Elvis.
I love the early punk movement. I don't remember anything happening since. That's me. Oh my God. Incredibly strange creatures who stopped living and became mixed up zombies. This one's Betty Page, the most famous bondage queen there ever was. She did things like what we did to you earlier, and if you're not a good boy, we may do more to you very soon. This is kind of the cream of our collection, if you excuse the expression. It's like this is like the best of rockabilly, the best of instrumentals that we got. It's stuff we listen to most often. A lot of these things, they only pressed up like 200 of them. So we like to collect the original instead of getting a reissue because it's something just sounds so much better about it. You know, they just don't make records like this anymore. I'm a vampire. I'm 164 years old, and so I've been around. And I'll tell you right now that the 50s was the height of culture in the Western world.
Remember this.
Well, anyway.
Very cool. Very cool. I have to say, I'm glad that that you and the rest of the guys don't show your collection in a black Speedo.
No, that's yeah, that wouldn't go over too well.
It didn't there either, but it's pretty funny. I mean, I know how he is. The guy.
There's another interview where he's wearing pants where he's showing his pre-code hoarder because he collected all those old comic books, but they didn't show the comics in that particular interview. So
yeah, no, he's got an amazing collection.
Very cool. He passed away, and I don't know what happened to her. I've heard she's living like in a Buddhist, whatever you call it, where like a monastery. That's not the right word, but
interesting. I did not know that.
It may not be true, but I think she's pretty much. I've heard different rumors that she's not really involved in music anymore. But anyway,
wow. So let me show you real quick a couple pieces. So I used to work as a commercial artist actually before I became a firefighter. So I was 19 when I hired on the fire department, and prior to that, for several years, I worked as a commercial artist. And actually, I wanted to become a film director is what I wanted to do for a living. But we didn't have money as far as college goes. So it was like, okay, well, I need to get a job and make some money so I can go to school. And they were hiring. So I decided to go and try out for it. And I thought, oh, I'm not going to get hired. And I did. I actually had a choice between the police department and the fire department. And I chose the fire department, and I'm very glad that I did. And so that just because of the job was very exciting, and it was a lot of action. I ended up staying. And I have some regrets to some degree, but overall, it's been very good to me. And I have a pension, so yeah, I'm thankful. I'm thankful for what I have, and I have a lot to be thankful for. But so some of the parties that I did, and again, I've got some other art. At some point, I'll pull it out and show you some of my art, which is much better than this. This is, in fact, let's see. This is this was one of the flyers that I did. This is taken from an old. This is a drawing I did from an old EC type. I don't know if you've seen that one before, but you still there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I just had to walk. I was still in shot, but I had to put some dog food out for the dog. Yeah, yeah. But I was still watching.
So anyway, yeah, this was one of the drawings I did for our Halloween.
That's great. Yeah.
This right here is from a photograph I took when we were in Paris. Père Lachaise, that's my wife.
Oh.
And yeah, Père Lachaise Cemetery is a very famous cemetery where lots of famous people are buried. Some of the biggest names in music and literature are buried there. This was one of the latest. But anyway, yeah, I'll have to show you some of my other work.
Yeah. Because I've always regretted that I don't want to just be a comic book channel. I've always wanted to talk about all aspects of, I always say it's what I collect is the stuff that parents threw away. The kid culture, trash culture, whatever. But Kevin at Gotham City Comics was always telling me, if you only talk about comic books, you're never going to do well on YouTube because it's but I want to do more, and I wish I could do music. I could talk about music, but I can't really play it because that's the horrible thing. But I hear people play music and react to it. I just don't know how they do that because they're constantly getting these copyright claims. And unless you get really obscure music or music that just and so much in public domain that so there's this
I
great
agree.
channel on YouTube called Organ Jukebox that has all this organ music, and most of it will clear right past the YouTube censors, and it's real fun to be playing in the background.
I loved it when you would play that in the background. You had that playing a lot when you were up in the room, the comic book room, and you'd be up there.
That's actually music that I have. That you hear up there is music I have on 45 RPM records. That it's this label called Rinks Records. It was meant for roller rinks in the 50s and 60s, and I've got a lot more. A lot more than that. It's just like I keep playing that same disc I made. But yeah, that stuff's fun. My wife hates it, but
does she?
The roller rink music,
yeah,
I
love it.
She was like a punk rocker, and that's not. In fact, there was this guy that ran this old record store in Texas, and he was an old greaser from the 50s that went to Gene Vincent concerts. So whenever he saw a Rinks record, he'd immediately break it in half.
Well, the funny thing is I mean, a lot of the music that I did not care for when I was a kid, it's nostalgic for me. And I enjoy it now. I mean, I will actually listen to music in the background and enjoy it because it reminds me of the days when I was a kid and you went into a department store and you went into, all these places. Everywhere you went, there was music playing.
Yeah.
and it just takes me back to that time. There's just something that's kind of soothing about going back to that period in my life.
Oh
And
yeah, I listen to Kmart music on YouTube.
Exactly.
People just think I'm out of my mind, but especially the Christmas music from Kmart. It's like, wow, this is the classic stuff. It's not, you know,
yeah,
what's her
no,
face?
absolutely,
What
absolutely.
is the horrible singer that has
Mariah Carey.
that one?
Oh, it's
or
just
or
awful.
Paul McCartney had a pretty
That was a
horrific
terrible one.
Christmas song too.
Yeah, yeah,
I
that was a
I
really
love
bad one.
Paul McCartney, but something happened to him. That's not the same guy that wrote "Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time" that was around in the '60s. It just can't be.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. It's a terrible song, and not only that, but some band has covered it, and they had a hit with it again just recently.
Oh my God!
Yeah, some like teeny bopper band, and it's like, why in the world would you cover that song?
I don't know.
Here's something else that you'll appreciate. So as I told you, I have a large screen that I set up outside, and I'm planning on building a pole barn this spring. But I've got some original drive-in
Well,
movies.
that's right, because you've got lots of land. We don't have any land here.
And and these work. And so my wife and I, when we would go out in our backyard, and I'd have the screen set up, and I'd have these, so we'd have it in our car, and we would literally sit in our car and watch a movie, just like at the drive-in.
Yeah.
And again, granted, this sound right here isn't great sound at all, but it's very nostalgic for me. I would rather hear this, the movie coming through this, watching it outside, than having it come through my stereo system on the car.
Yeah.
And that's, again, because it's just so nostalgic. I totally remember going to the drive-in as a kid. And we do have drive-ins actually here still in Michigan. We've got several. So my wife and I will go to some of the drive-ins.
They built a new drive-in about 15 years ago in Dallas, south of Dallas, and it was called the Galaxy Drive-In. I say was, it's still there, but we no longer live there. And they had multiple screens, and they tried to make it look as 50s as possible. And they had the radio, it was broadcasting your FM radio, but they also still had poles with real speakers. You could listen either way. So it was really cool. They did a great job making it look like a real drive-in that had just always been there.
Yeah, I love that. I love the old drive-ins. And again, yeah, the prices of the snack bar and all of that is ridiculous. But I still need, I like going there and just kind of reliving my youth and, going there and getting the popcorn and all of that.
It's just now there's no good movies coming out of Hollywood. I mean,
No,
this
nothing.
little town we're in with, not even 2,000 people. We've got a theater just 2 blocks that way. It's really a theater that's been there since the 20s. I mean, it's been refurbished and everything. And for a while it wasn't a theater, but it's still the same building. But, they'll get movies. It's just one, single screen theater, but it's like, I want to go to the movies, but come on, put out a movie I can see. I can't. It's like months and months pass, and there's just no movies playing that.
I totally agree with you. In fact, usually the time when we go to the drive-in is when they're doing a retro night and they're showing an old classic.
Right.
Yeah, because I cannot stomach 98% of probably 99.5% of what's coming out of Hollywood now. It's just very little. It's ridiculous.
And there was a theater, Brazos Drive-In, and also in Texas, and I went to that theater. Just by myself. I think John Waters said someone that goes to a drive-in movie by themselves is someone that really is respectably a lover of movies. And that was just because I hadn't met my wife then, and it's just like I just wanted to go because they're having an anniversary celebration of the theater. And
absolutely, yeah.
But
I get
anyway,
it.
it's just the experience of going to the snack bar. The way it's depicted, and they ran the actual original. Both of these theaters I mentioned ran the original intermission reels. That's another thing I collect is those, and there's lots of that on YouTube. But
yeah, there is. In fact, I've got several DVDs, and I do the same thing whenever I'm showing a movie during our Halloween party. And that is, I'll show some of those old intermission ads.
Yeah, and anyway, but going into the real thing, I remember I had my glasses on, and then I came out and I couldn't see because they were frying everything, and there were grease dots all over my glasses, just a cloud of grease hitting my glasses. I was trying to clean that stuff off so I could see the movie and even get home. So that's wearing glasses. Don't wear your glasses into a snack bar at a real drive-in. That was something.
So
Yeah.
how far away are you guys from I-80? When going from
the dog's barking at the cat, and I couldn't hear what you said. What?
So how far are you guys from I-80? You know, going from Michigan all the way, because I've been across.
Because I don't really even know where I'm at. I mean, we moved here, and I feel like I'm the prisoner, and it's like I don't know where I'm at. I never. Does I-80 go near Des Moines, Iowa?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm about an hour away from Des Moines.
Okay.
If that helps you answer the question.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's the highway that takes me to where you're at?
Yeah, that'll take you literally across the United States.
Oh, okay. Highway 80. Yeah, but does that go through Texas?
No, that's too far south. So that'd be going across the northern part.
Yeah. Well, there's a Highway 80 in Texas. It must be a different Highway 80.
Yes.
Yeah, it must be different. Yeah, so anyway,
because my wife and I, we go to Utah a couple of times a year to visit my son. And then I have an uncle that lives in Spokane, Washington, and I've been out there.
Does I-80 go south or north in relation to Des Moines? Where does I-80?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I think it runs real close to Des Moines. I could be wrong.
Let me look it up.
But I think it does. I think I-80 runs right by Des Moines, if not through it.
Let me take a look. It's got to be an image that shows where it goes. Oh, okay. I'm seeing it here. Whoop. Come on. Yeah, it goes right through Des Moines. Yeah. And then, okay. Yeah. Des Moines, I should be going there all the time because that's where everything is, but it's kind of like I gassed my car up on the 1st of March, and now it's the 21st, about to be the 22nd, and it still says full because everything, it takes me 45 seconds to drive to work. It takes me just about a minute to get to the restaurant we eat at. Maybe not even a minute. I mean, everything is the post office. I can walk to the post office, the supermarket. I can walk to everything. I could walk to the hospital. It'd be a little bit of a longer walk, but it's so anyway, basically this whole county doesn't have a single stoplight. It's just stop signs. And then, sometimes we have cobblestone streets outside. And sometimes you hear horses and buggies because of the Amish people going down the street. It's like it's a whole different world. You only hear horses in movies. At least growing up, I never heard a horse coming down the street with a carriage behind it. It's wild. And
Yeah, that's nice. We've got horses next door to us. I grew up in the city myself. I grew up in a house where, it was literally like 12 feet apart, and you could hear the neighbors. If they were yelling, you could hear them.
Yeah.
But now I live out in the country, but I'm close to everything. I'm close enough to a couple of cities where there's everything I would need. And we're also close to Ann Arbor. I'm 15 miles west of Ann Arbor.
So when I hear I've got to drive like an hour to get to a city, it seems like it's might as well be driving to a whole nother country, So
Yeah.
we have to go 45 minutes to get to a Walmart. There's no, yeah. Anyway, John Wayne's birthplace is like 57 miles or something that way. That little town called Winterset is a beautiful town that's exactly preserved. Only it had an old five and dime that was still open until a few months ago. That was a shame, but it still has a drugstore that still has a soda fountain and everything. I need to go back there. It looks like I-80 goes right through Omaha. There's a place,
Yes.
Council Bluffs, Iowa, that has an incredible record store called what is it? I filmed. There's a show where I go inside and film it. It's an amazing record store filled with so many records. You wonder why the building doesn't collapse. And they have comics and monster magazines.
Yeah, I saw that episode. In fact,
okay, you know what
Kevin was familiar with that place too, wasn't he? Wasn't he familiar with? I thought he said that he knew about that place too.
I don't know. If so, I think he's still watching. He'll tell me in the chat. Yeah, I don't know. There was a video on YouTube where the rockabilly guy Deke Dickerson was talking about how it's the best record store in the United States, and but it's really great. I'd like to go back there. That's about, I think that was an hour and a half away, maybe a little more than that. But yeah, I need to venture more out because I just hardly even go anywhere. And my wife wants to get out more because she's just she doesn't drive, and so she's kind of starting to get a little depressed just being in the attic, and she doesn't know anybody in this new town yet. And I only know a few people, but we know some people, but we just haven't really. And most of the people I know are on YouTube, and then so normally on Wednesday nights we kind of meet together, and now that's going to be more sporadic during the year. So I thought, well, I'll do more live streams to hang out with friends. Gotham City says that place with the million records upstairs is crazy. I thought I dreamt about that. Yeah, it does seem like a dream going in that place. And then the basement used to be some 70s bar, and it's still all down there. You can just tell all the funky paint on the wall and everything, and that's where they have all their 78 RPM records. I don't think many people ever go down there because no one was really interested in that. But
hey, I'll show you one other room.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, then I've got actually my wife just ended her job about a minute ago, so I'm gonna have to go here pretty soon. But yeah, let's see what else you got.
Okay.
She's probably watching now because sometimes she goes a few minutes after 11. Oh, look at that.
So this is when I met Marta Kristen. it was just last year. She was very, very
Oh.
sweet.
Yeah.
And then this is Sig. What was his name? Sig. The bald guy.
Haig.
Yes, Haig. Met him at a convention.
Ah. Man, I'm starting to look like Lon Chaney. Chaney Jr.
No, not even. Not even close.
I feel like I am when I eat too many donuts.
We met Linda Blair at a convention. I had her sign it to my wife.
Oh yeah.
And I met him. And he actually died just a couple of months after I met him.
Oh wow.
Yeah, really nice. Robert Query was really a nice guy, but
yeah.
Let's see. There's just some other lobby cards. This is Sardonicus.
Yeah.
There was Vampire Killers, Dr. Sin.
Yeah. What country do you think makes the posters that you like the most?
I would say, I think France and Germany.
Okay.
The American ones are well done too. A lot of them, the old vintage ones.
Sure. Don't you hate windows because you're always afraid the sunlight's gonna fade my posters?
Well, you know what I did is I actually put a film on my windows to protect from the UV.
Ah.
And you can buy it on Amazon. It's a pain in the butt to put on, but that's what I did. Is I put a film on it. Met Billy Mooney as well as the gentleman that's inside the robot, Bob. I can't think of his last name. And then her from.
Oh yeah.
Night of the Living Dead. Elvira.
Yeah.
She was very nice. Kevin McCarthy. He also was very, very friendly. It's always nice when you meet somebody, that you grew up watching and they're just really friendly and not being kind of an arrogant ass.
Yeah, I'm afraid to meet people because I don't want to poison, I don't want to have a bad experience. And then every time I watch that movie that I've always loved, oh, that guy's an a-hole.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of blurred. There we go. As you know, there was two guys that did the creature, and I've met both of them, and now both of them are dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rico just was the latest to die, and there's her. Met her as well.
Yeah.
And she was very sweet. But yeah, I don't have any stories of the people that I like being complete jerks. I met the guy at a convention one time that does Hellboy, and what an asshole he is.
Really?
Yeah, I can't think of his name.
Mignola, however it's pronounced.
No, the man who actually, he was also in the Beauty and the Beast, that TV series.
Oh, the actor. Okay, not the cartoonist that created it.
No, the actor who plays Hellboy.
Yes, I know he's got Trump derangement syndrome.
Yes, big time. And not only that, but he's just a complete prick, regardless of if Trump wasn't even alive. He's not a nice guy. And it's funny because I didn't meet him, but I was at a convention and I saw him having a meltdown. And he was just being so mean and nasty to people. And I just thought, wow, this guy is a jerk.
Yeah.
But, okay. Gratu, I know that.
Well, this has been an experience, man. I wasn't expecting this. Thank you so much, Dr. Phibes. This is an incredible tour. And it looks like you're going to be a new friend of the channel. And I really encourage you to start doing your own shows too, because, man, that'll be a must-see destination.
I'd love to.
So yeah, keep I'm going to try to do more live streams. Please pop on whenever you want.
All right.
So nice to meet you, and I guess I'll say goodbye to everybody, and I got to get some sleep because I work in the morning, but I'll be
All right,
doing
my
some
friend.
shows maybe on the weekend.
All right. You take care.
All right. Take care.
Good night.
And let's see. I try to. So I'll see you guys. I will be back. I will do a better unboxing of the comics that I showed you earlier on the weekend, where you can actually see them, and I'll open up all the comics and show you the interiors of the Flashes. There's a bunch of other stuff I've discovered lately that we'll be seeing. So come on back in and stay sick, everybody. Take care. In the stream. Oh, come on. How do I do this? There we go.